Test 1, 2, 3. Yes. Dear guests, a wonderful good morning. Please take your seats. We are starting in 1 minute with our conference. So a warm welcome to all of you. Great to see you. Okay. So, dear estimated guests, a warm welcome here in Brussels on this lovely sunny morning on this Friday. We are very happy to welcome you to our today's EU-UA Summit. And I would like to give you some background why we three are standing here and are hosting this event to you. It's not a long time ago that we had the Ukrainian Recovery Conference, and Jan and Leander, we met there, and we were thinking, okay, we all have a strong connection to Ukraine. We all are more than convinced that we have to keep on supporting Ukraine, but even more, we have to create awareness for the upcoming winter. So after some talks, we found out that we all share the same vision, that we share the same passion to help Ukraine. And then we said, okay, let's create this event in October so that we can really, in this event, hear from the people that today will speak in the panels, what is Ukraine needing and how can we in Europe help over the next months to support Ukraine. And it is always about the people who can make a difference. We will hear today, and we are very also honored by the presence of you, dear audience, and our estimated speakers. It is always about the people who can make a difference. So thank you for today's participation, and we hope we have fruitful conversations with you. And now I would like, first of all, to thank my colleagues here, Jan and Leander, who through the last months have put all their efforts. We are not funded by any public money. We put our own time, our own engagement into that. And we will release a press release after this conference with the results of today. So one more time, thank you very much. And now, Leander, I give the floor to you. To Jan, okay. This is very gentleman approach. Okay, I give it to Jan. Because Jan is also very active, and we met in Berlin 1 year ago.
Okay, first of all, thank you for coming. You know, this is the 5th event of the UNation in Europe, but this one is special because we are doing it with our friends and partners, European Ukrainian Bridge and Metadidomi, and from Germany and Netherlands. That's very important. That's why we named it Partnership Summit, because we would like to show an example how we can partner and how we must gather our efforts, because the one thing united us is a desire to support Ukraine. We are from the quite different focus areas, but really we gathered our efforts and invited all our friends, all our partners to speak, to share their ideas, and to invite to partnership together to make and build Ukraine modern, and to support Ukraine this winter, and to start implementing some more potential projects for the future of the country we all of us love. Leander, please.
Thank you very much, and also from my side, a warm welcome to everybody. We are very honored that so many people has come to Brussels, also for this event. A lot of other events also happened this week, and a lot of you also attended those, and it's very busy weeks, we understand that, but it's also very important to come here today and to listen to the stories, not only of the three of us, what we do and who we are, but mostly the stories of the people of Ukraine. And for that, we have several NGOs who will talk about their work in Ukraine, what they have seen, what they have done, which need of the people they have found in Ukraine. And We deeply hope that you will listen today to all the speakers who are coming for you with the question in mind, what can I do, what can we do together to support Ukraine? What can I do with the things I heard today from an NGO, from a business perspective, from teaching perspective, etc. Please keep in mind what you can do to support Ukraine, because it's very hard needed.
Yes, and as I said, in the end, we want to write a call to action for the coming months with the needs of Ukraine that we hear today. And I would say it's about you, it's about us, but as Leander said, the most important, it's about Ukraine. So thank you very much for being with us today. Let's have a great conference. Дуже дякую всім. And yeah, let's have an interesting day. Thank you very much.
Moving forward to the first panel discussion, which named officials, I would like to invite to this stage Michel Schaffer, President of the Board of the European Innovation Council. You're welcome. He asked me if he will wait 2-3 minutes. Join us during the panel. Marta Barndi, European representative of the Ombudsman of Ukraine to Belgium, to the European Union European Citizens Award 2022. Laska, take a seat. Svetlana Tesic, founder Alliance of European Mayors. You're welcome. Alvydas Medalinskas, political scientist, Lithuanian politician, former chairman of the Foreign Affairs Committee of the Lithuanian Parliament. You're welcome. Vladislava Magaletska. Vladislava, you're already here. Great. Advisor of the Minister of Agrarian Policy and Food of Ukraine. You see that today we have really a very diversity event with different topics from different focus areas, and we tried to make our first panel discussion really speaking about different verticals of supporting Ukraine, of building economic relations and supporting humanitarian, and because all this is important to make Ukraine a really European country and follow all these conditions and terms, changing Ukrainian mindset to become European. And let's start with our respectful speakers. Svetlana, I would like to start with you. So you're representing Alliance of European Mayors. And today, I will sit also. Today I know many Ukrainian cities are building their relationships with trying to find these mutual points of collaboration with European cities, and some of them are exploring new rules, conditions for them, what they need to do, how they need to find these partnerships with European cities. Let us know, please, what they need to start. Maybe you have some already successful examples, and it would be great to find out. Share, please, that with us.
Thank you. Thank you, Jan, and all the organizers for putting this event together. Thank you, and I'm very happy to be together with the fellow panelists, and thank you all for coming. I think it's a great opportunity with this kind of approach that you guys just explained together today. So I'll say what we have done as of the beginning of the full-scale invasion. So right at the beginning, the Alliance of European Mayors, which is a non-profit Brussels-based organization, partnered with the sister organization, so to say Mayors Club Ukraine, who gathers Ukrainian mayors across Ukraine in order to try to help them cooperate, share knowledge, experience, needed activities at the first front, but also try to help them what their job is, and that's actually create jobs for their people locally, and how to build their economy bottom up. So because we are both NGOs, and this is the aspect that I'm speaking from, we partnered with the organization who's capable of giving us resources in terms of education, courses, connections, and all the resources that your local municipalities needs in order to help them upscale them, reskill them, and whatever it takes for them to try to boost the economies. So in practical terms, what does that mean? We organized already 3 trade missions, one to Japan, which was at the state level, the other one was in Netherlands, very much focused on the horticulture, and there was a great ideas shared over there, and there's already a project coming in Ukraine to be funded about the Agro Valley, that I'm very happy to speak about it with you later. And just last week we finished a very successful mission in Washington, D.C. So basically we take Ukrainian mayors and local businesses, SMEs, and all sorts of existing companies in Ukraine and organize them to go and visit European cities or cities across globe in order to help them attract investors and businesses so they can boost their economy bottom up, as I said, which is basically in line with the government strategy of economic decentralization.
Thank you, and that's very important, by the way, because after Brussels, I'm going to Den Haag and representing their regional development agency of Odessa region. We are together finding some potential opportunities to build relationships within Den Haag city, and this could be amazing for the development of our city and region. Vladislava, you are representing Ukrainian government today, and agriculture, you know, where I came from, Odessa is one of the main regions related to this vertical, and let us know, please, in what way today Ukrainian farmers are going to find to scale up their production to the European markets, or what opportunities they have and what conditions they need to follow to make it happen.
Thank you so much. Yes, we have a newly appointed Minister of the Agriculture. He was appointed less than months ago. I became his advisor. I'm well known in our agricultural sector as well. I'm really happy to be here once again because in my life I've been to European Commission and Parliament a lot of times, defending and explaining what does it mean agricultural sector in Ukraine. And actually right now we are facing a lot of challenges still due to the ongoing war. We have absolutely disrupted export channels. And sometimes from the different countries, from different EU countries, we hear that Ukraine supply a lot to EU. We should defend our own producers, our own farmers. And yes, you're absolutely right, but what actually Ukraine needs to have a safe export channels via the sea. So via the sea, we can supply all over the world. Unfortunately, still there is a big problem how to have all these harbors and ports on the Black Sea safe enough. You can visit webpage and Facebook of the Ministry of the Agriculture of Ukraine, and you will see just 10th of October, the minister said that the huge container ship was bombed just in Odessa with the actually goods. It was raffinated sunflower that was bought by United Nations to be shipped to the Africa and countries that in Africa really need this good, like a humanitarian good. this is just one of the example. You know, unfortunately, it happened quite often. And in case it would be possible for us to secure the Black Sea channels and ability to ship freely from Ukraine, as I said, all over the world, you know, it would be much more fruitful for our agricultural producers and exporters, and it would be really sustainable for other countries who are really in need of the Ukrainian goods in Africa, in Asia, and other regions. You know that right now Ministry of Justice and our Vice Prime Minister, who is responsible for the Euro integration, Ms. Stefanishina, she is handling more than 40 groups that connected with the harmonization of our legislation according to EU requirements. So we are trying to provide all our agricultural producers with the plain explanation what actually would be the requirements and how to align with all the EU standards. And this is the second challenge that we have. And actually, speaking as well and reverting back to our reality, the third really big challenge that we have, this is a landmine contamination of our fields. So literally, it's necessary to demine a lot of fields, and it causes a lot of problems for the farmers how to be, you know, and do any kind of the agricultural works on the fields. So that's why this is a main three challenges that we have right now. Would be happy to discuss all these topics with you and trying to find your support and trying to find your understanding of actual situations that will happen. Thank you.
Thank you. Now I would like to ask Marta. I think your is the best experience is how to, you know, living in Brussels, but promoting Ukraine here. And among our audience, we have as many Ukrainians as many local Belgians, and that's a respect for you. You coming for our event. So tell me, please, how what Ukraine needs to do to bring more attention to the development of, to bring more support of Ukrainian society, of Ukrainian economics, and you are in in negotiations every day with local maybe government, I think, here, and you know what they need and what they are looking for and what they are expecting from Ukraine. So how to set up these relationships and partnerships in the best way?
Thank you, Jan. Thank you, organizers. First of all, as one of the hosts of Ukrainian Civil Society Hub, I suggest to continue our tradition that we always have, and we hold the international events and have a minute of silence for all those who gave their lives defending Ukraine, and that we have this possibility to support Ukraine further. Thank you. I am here as a representative of the Ombudsman of Ukraine to Belgium and EU. It's a newly appointed position, so made position. Ombudsman made this position for different countries. There are representatives in Luxembourg, in Germany, and I'm here for Belgium and EU. As representative to Belgium, my role is to help Ukrainians in Belgium to protect their rights if they have been breached. And as representative to the EU, my role is to help the office of the Ombudsman to facilitate his contacts, his network, and help him here with events, conferences. Soon there will be a conference in the European Parliament on return of Ukrainian children from captivity. I am not only here as a representative of Ombudsman, as you said, but also as a head of Promote Ukraine. Promote Ukraine is an organization that I started 10 years ago. We have done a lot of successful advocacy activities. Since 2022, we host here events as a Ukrainian Civil Society Hub. So this was one of the most successful advocacy activities. And we were also rewarded by the European Parliament with the European Citizens Award for being one of the most influential organizations that does advocacy, humanitarian aid, refugee support, and everything together. Promote Ukraine does advocacy, and the company that also I have, Janet Consulting, does lobbying. And I don't know whether you know, but there is a difference between advocacy and lobbying, though they are very much interconnected. Advocacy is for the social cause, is basically sacrificing everything for social cause, and lobbying is for commercial cause, and is doing like mainly for business and for money. But money nowadays has to have human face, business has to have human face. If businesses do not have the social responsibility, they are not going to survive, and they realize that. And that is why Promote Ukraine, that has no grants, no subsidies, no support from any institutions whatsoever, Promote Ukraine is supported by businesses, by small and medium enterprises. And for 2.5 years, this organization has survived thanks to the social responsibility of such businesses as Partena, Mut, Microsoft, Meta, and many others. So it's important to keep on reminding businesses that they have to give back, to be able to earn, they have to give back. One of the activities of Janet Consulting, the company that I have, is lobbying, again, with a human face. I give you an example. When Promote Ukraine advocates for sanctions at the European Commission, at the European institutions, for example, sectoral sanctions on some Russian companies, there are opportunities that open up for Ukrainian business, and Ukrainian business can enter European market. And there, the Janet Consulting can also help to bring Ukrainian businesses here. One of the most successful examples was Astor's law firm. It's the biggest law firm of Ukraine, for Ukrainians who know, probably it's the biggest law firm of Ukraine, entered this market, Belgian market, European market, thanks to Janet Consulting. So we helped them here to establish their business. Therefore, if there is any synergy, if you see any possibility that we can help you in any way, advocating, lobbying, representing, or presenting your business here with human face, where we can also advocate for social cause at the same time, we are here to help you. There will be journals about Promote Ukraine. It's our report for 2 years on the exit of this building. You can also come to me. I can give you this report. You can find it online, and you can see how exactly we can be of use for you.
Thank you very much. You have so many activities. That's inspiring, really. Thank you. Alvydas, taking into the fact your politician experience and that you're taking care of informational policy of Ukraine from Lithuania, a very friendly country from us. Let's speak about, today leaders of all worldwide leaders are speaking about the conditions, how we can negotiate about peaceful conditions. And things are developing fast in this way, but we don't know what to expect in the future. And maybe you can advise to our audience how we need to build our relationships and partnerships with European companies, organizations, taking into the fact this side. Please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I am very glad to be here. And this summit is about partnership, this meeting about partnership. So I think, first of all, unfortunately, even before the peace will come, the harsh winter will come. And that will be probably the most greater challenge for our understanding what's partnership about. Because we could talk about various stages of the partnership during this large-scale war. By the way, I was in Ukraine from 2017, but that was mainly in Donbass for 5 years. And I would say the lacking of understanding and lacking of the partnership with the Western countries was the main problem why Putin was not stopped in Donbass. I was spending all my time. My family was not very happy, of course, but I said, look, I have to be here. I have to talk to diplomats, politicians, and to explain why it's important Putin to stop in Donbass. Because if he will not stop him in Donbass, then he will go later on against the whole Ukraine. Unfortunately, these things happened. Now, the partnership have, as I said, several aspects. One of them, of course, I was very happy to see how many European countries and both governments and ordinary people were helping Ukrainians who were trying to escape the war. So that was very important. The partnership also have aspects like military economic partnership from the side of the governments, local municipalities. Again, this assistance was really crucial for Ukraine to stay as the country. And of course, the bravery of the people was the most important, but this partnership was also important. Unfortunately, some partnership, particularly military assistance, was delayed. Some partnership was not enough, not really according such kind of big war. But nevertheless, it took place. But now, well, of course, again, still, the war is going on, and there are a lot of discussions about the partnership, recovery, and reconstruction of Ukraine. I understand how this issue is important, both for Ukraine, but also for the Western partners. But I'm coming back again to this harsh winter partnership. And I'm coming back to the question which is probably even, well, no less important, and that is Ukrainian fatigue. I'm very happy to see here in the hall people representing different aspects of the partnership and different layers of the partnership. Ukrainians who left the country and who are living in Belgium, Netherlands, Germany, and so on. People from those countries, Belgium, Netherlands, Germany, and other countries who are really support Ukraine, not by mind, but also by the heart, and all this understanding. Some people from the local municipalities, maybe some people from different other groups. What is really will be very much important? To have a direct connections to the local municipalities, to the local politicians, to the local mass media, and to talk what is really ahead. If something still here could be done, particularly regarding the energy security issues, it have to be done very quickly, very soon, because the time will not wait. Again, if someone is still thinking about egoistic thinking, it's more thinking about their own country, which again, it's not bad, especially for the politicians. Politicians do this. Please explain them that could be the new wave of Ukrainian refugees. If someone is thinking about Ukraine as a country where the people really face hardships, which I feel myself very often because I am almost every second month in Ukraine. So just came about 10 days ago, but I am leaving in the 20th again, and will stay about a month to see and probably to talk to my friends and colleagues, both from the European Parliament and from the Commission, from the national parliaments, political analysts, journalists, about this problem. But the talk, it's not enough. Now the time really passed when you could talk about, well, Russia's war in Ukraine and the big event on this subject. No, you have to talk about various different aspects of subject. For example, food security, energy security, and so on. And I was very glad that my Ukrainian friends elaborated a magazine, which you could find downstairs, Ukrainian Review. We are planning not to do just to write in the magazine about the most important aspects for the Ukraine and Ukraine relations with Europe, but also Ukraine relations to the global South. And this is the issue about the peace conference and about other issues, but also about specific issues. And maybe afterwards to organize roundtable discussions, seminars, inviting diplomats, politicians, journalists, NGO activists, and so on, to talk about particular subject. Because what I see, and I'm really surprised about this, 2.5 years after when this war started, we still have a very, because I'm also from Lithuania, so we in European Union, we in the West, still have a very little understanding about the concrete aspects of various particular problems. So it's time really to discuss also those issues, that the people whom we approach, diplomats, people in the local councils, politicians, national, European Parliament level, they would also understand the real subject, not the subject in general. So I'm very glad that you're organizing this event. I think such kind of conference will be really very useful. I am ready to answer questions now here from the audience, and also when we'll talk after that. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Of course, in the end of our panel discussion, we will leave some time for questions and answers, because the communication plays the most important role and make more efficient our gathering today here. But next, I would like to introduce you Michael Schäfer, President of the Board, European Innovation Council. And this week, I also attended European Week for Regions and Cities, and maybe half of all sessions there were dedicated to the innovations. And this just proves that innovations today play and maybe one of the most important roles for the economic development and of all, of the European countries, of our societies, and creating this entrepreneurship spirit, using development of startup culture also very important. So, Mikhail, tell us please, how Ukraine, because I know that you're one of the most experienced person in Europe in that, and how Ukraine could use European experience and maybe some of your programs to make startups become a part of the economic recovery of Ukraine, building this entrepreneurial spirit and integrating innovations to all verticals of our economy, please.
Thank you, Jan. Thank you, President, of this session. My role is indeed just to guide you. My role as President of the EIC Board is really to advise the Commission, the European Commission, and to promote the Commission tools on startups. And that came from an analysis in Europe at large that the bigger corporations were not delivering enough breakthrough innovations. So the Commission set up a fund of 10 billion euros available for companies to come very, very early stage, deep tech ideas, or if they have that already, to get up to 17.5 million euros of grant and equity to really develop industrialized innovation. That's my core mission. With a board of 20 members, we advise the Commission this, and we have 150 civil staff carrying out all these instruments. If I take it strategically, Ukraine is an important country because it's known as the cereal basket of Europe, and it has a huge potential in terms of helping Europe in transition from fossil fuels to a bioeconomy. For example, it's a big supplier of rapeseed, a big supplier of sunflower, it's a big supplier of all kinds of grains. So that is a very important long-term relationship to look at. What is also important is that, especially in the west of Europe, the technical education has been going down substantially, and Ukraine has a very strong backbone of what we call STEM, so science, technology, engineering, and medicine. So that's also a potential of talents in a diaspora model, which is now unfortunately dominant, but it would be very good to have a model where the talents in Ukraine benefits the Ukrainian economy by developing their startups in Ukraine. And that is the most important topic. We have our instruments are all available for Ukrainian startups, but unfortunately, in 22, the analysis was that we had 0 beneficiaries in Ukraine. So a project has been launched called Seeds of Bravery, and the Seeds of Bravery project has as an ambition to boost participation of Ukrainian companies. The Seeds of Bravery project is 20 million euros and gives grants of 10,000 euros or 50,000 euros, either to take a first step or to help to write an application for the accelerated program at large. And that's going quite well. There was a cutoff 2 weeks ago, the 3rd of, well, no, a week ago, the 3rd of October. There were 1,200 applicants, but there were a sizable number of Ukrainian applicants within those 1,200. So those are now going to be evaluated, and it can be that a number of them, it's not easy. A number of them will survive the 3 stages of application, survive the jury, and get a grant, and then you have really a role model. But besides, let's say that maybe 3 or 4 Ukrainian companies will survive that process, the Seeds of Bravery is important because it helps a much larger community of startups to develop, to relate to each other, to relate to possible clients in Europe or funders in Europe as well. There are 3 other things we have done. One important thing is that we have now acknowledged dual use. So that means that we are not allowed to fund military research, but we are allowed to fund projects that have also a military use. Well, a drone, for example, is a typical dual use thing, and a chip is also typically dual use. So basically that's an important thing. And the other thing on the other side is that we have taken a number of measures in the IC to avoid Russian investments or Russian engagement in the program, which was possible until 2022, and also exiting any Russian co-investor in companies we are investing. And that's a real thing. So we have a number of companies that have been rejected from investment because they had a Russian shareholder in the company. So that's also a limitation we have. That limitation, of course, does not apply for Ukrainian investors. One final thing, I've been talking with Andrei Kolodyuk here, that we also are preparing ourselves to a post-war scenario, because in the 800 companies we have funded now, there are possibly companies that can be beneficial to the reconstruction of Ukraine, or vice versa. Ukrainian startups could be beneficial in that process, but it is only something that can be organized when there is some, let's say, positive settlement in sight, which unfortunately, I think we were expecting that last year, but that it would come, but it is not yet there. But that is something that should happen as well. The only warning I give is, in my case, I need to have 1 week of military training before going to Ukraine. So any conference in Ukraine needs to be prepared 6 months in advance, otherwise I'm not able to do my bomb shelter training and kidnapping training.
Thanks for sharing that really important information for the development of our startup ecosystem. And next round, I would like to ask Svetlana again. Yeah, being involved in some negotiations of building these relationships between cities and the ambassador of Regional Development Agency of Odessa region, I experienced that sometimes asking for, approaching cities to build some twin cities partnerships. Today, many of European countries used not to follow old rules of, signing these agreements and then thinking about what to do with that. But first of all, they are asking about the list of real concrete projects you can implement together, and then doing that you will approach them to sign this agreement of twin cities or anything else to build the strong partnerships and really making happen some real things. So could you share some tips for maybe Ukrainian organizations who can also, because we have some Ukrainians are living in Belgium and they're coming from different cities all over Ukraine, yeah, and they can approach their city councils and share some useful information for them in what way they can, you know, become ambassadors or help support doing these things right. Do you have any advices, tips for sharing us or anything?
Well, I would say you're right. Cities to cities, that's very helpful. But also, I think we need a little bit of more aggregated approach, you know, in terms of time. And this is why we try to, you know, make a broader perspective. And that's why our two organizations, like from Ukraine and from Brussels, we also create partnerships with some European associations, for example, from Slovakia in terms of sustainability. So we share their good practices and their courses, for example, that they have performed in Europe in cities across Slovakia, and then we offer that know-how to the cities and municipalities of Ukraine, and then trying to do, you know, at the very local level, some very practical things. So I would say, you know, like gathering and grouping in terms of much multiplied effect, I would say, would really do, because, you know, there are a lot of cities and there are a lot of initiatives and a lot of MOUs signed, but then nothing really, you know, happens afterwards. So again, the example of agriculture, shared experience and knowledge was very good for Ukrainian mayors, because we took them to the best practice city called Westland. It is a very small city in Netherlands, but one of the biggest in, actually after US, the biggest city in the world, based on the results of the horticulture. So their unique know-how was so very welcomed by Ukrainian mayors, and ideas and projects they can build in their own industrial parks soon to be created, and that therefore, you know, leverage all the potential and resources that Ukraine is so rich of.
Thank you, Vladislava. So we spoke about building relationships between cities, maybe regions, and maybe you can share about the role of agriculture in that, and how Ukrainian regions could approach European potential partners here to build these relationships. In addition, you know, more focusing on regional development. I think this is also very important to make our country strong and competitive in European market.
Thank you so much, Jan. Actually, we have a lot of examples right now of efficient cooperations in between the countries, I mean, Ukraine and EU countries, especially on the border. A lot of Ukrainian entrepreneurs already opened local European countries in the companies in the countries like Poland, Moldova, Romania, that really efficiently logistically connected to us. Ukrainian agricultural producers already invested and bought a lot of storage facilities in these countries, because when you face the risk that your storage facilities could be or would be or unbombed, it's necessary somehow to allocate all your goods to somewhere more, let's say, safe. So that's why it was recently, for last 2 years, a lot of significant investments into the storages, into the logistics capacities, into the partnership in between the European companies and Ukrainian companies. It was a big M&A deals recently for last 2 years in between both European and Ukrainian owners. So that's why it's really I should say, like Mr. Peeling said at the very beginning, this is European Ukrainian Bridge that actually right now already exist due to the situation. Yes, we had such an examples before when Ukrainian companies were expanding to European market. But these 2 years, actually, we have the significant shift in really tangible investments that, despite the war, were made by Ukrainian owners to European countries. And this is unbelievable, I should say, example for all of us how to strengthen both economies, how to bring more fruitful partnership in between our countries. So still, for Ukraine, there are a lot of challenges. And still, we are asking for support. But as the speaker said, we are really workaholics. So despite of the war, all our production still working, and people are working, and people are really innovative. So I'm sure that based on this experience that we already have, we can even be more innovative in our approaches. So it's not only dealt with the storages or logistics companies, or even it was recent several examples when Ukrainian owners bought small retail chains in Europe. But as well, it would be really good in case we would have significant investments in port facilities, for example, in Poland, because in Poland there are really convenient logistic hub with the access to the Baltic Sea. Together with the Baltic countries, together to develop the infrastructural projects on the sea as well. So that's why I'm sure that in case we will go a little bit deeply in understanding how efficiently it could be for both EU and Ukraine countries to be more efficient in investments, more, let's say, innovative in approaches, it would be a benefit for both sides. Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, I love the word innovative. Marta, you mentioned about how you support Ukrainians in Europe, in Belgium, yeah, and promoting Ukraine. Maybe you can share some call to action activities to our audience because we have many networking breaks today, and to make them more efficient, what they need to do to to find opportunities to be engaged in different projects from Ukrainian side. Also, by the way, we will speak about workforce in Ukraine, and that's one of the most biggest challenges for us to recover Ukraine, and we have no enough human capital, and how to bring Ukrainians back to rebuild Ukraine after the war. Yeah, everything that's very relevant for us. Please.
First of all, we have to try not to disappoint our partners and our allies, because if we keep on disappointing them, they will have no more inspiration and no more motivation to help us out. I believe that Ukrainian civil society plays a crucial role in making this happen and reaching out to officials, to politicians, to businesses. But it is also part of our Ukrainian officials, politicians, and Ukrainian businesses to show that we are capable. We are capable despite the aggression. We are capable thanks to the support, thanks to help of European partners. I would like to say more about internationalization of the projects that we have, because it's not only about Ukraine. It's about alliance of democracies. It's about the nations and countries that fight for democracies, and we can unite with them to show also European partners that it's not only us. We are not, that egoistic, let's say selfish, that talking only about Ukraine. This doesn't work here anymore. It worked here 2 years ago when they were more compassionate and empathic towards us, but it's not anymore the case, unfortunately. So they look at other parts of the world, and we have to also look at other parts of the world and see where the synergy is with these nations. For instance, even Georgian nation, which is very close to us, they also fight for freedom today. There is Moldova that is under risk. There is far, far, far away nation, Taiwan, that helps Ukraine a lot, and that also needs allies in the West. And we can look into cooperation with them, and we can find some beneficial projects with those nations. Could be business projects that could be supported here. So it's like going out of our own territory and looking more into the globalization also in terms of support and civil society and business and growth.
So Marta, representing Ukrainians in Europe, and Alvydas, European, staying a lot of time in Ukraine. And I would like to ask now you about some call to actions, invitations, and proposals to the European audience in this hall, how they could find their engagement, and please.
Thank you. Well, first of all, I would say one of the most effective partnership, it's really bilateral partnership between the whatever European citizen municipalities and Ukrainian citizen municipalities. Well, when I was in Donbass, Mariupol unfortunately did not have so many partnerships, and whatever city in Donbass did not have so many partnerships. So only large-scale war, unfortunately, brought such interest towards Ukraine, and so many partnership between the municipalities. Well, I would say when you're coming from not maybe only big cities, but also smaller cities, towns, to urge your local, local councilmen, mayors in your towns to look for the partnership with Ukrainian similar towns, because then such city, such town, have much more knows the demands and what's really needed for Ukraine, particularly when talking about this harsh winter which is coming. Well, second thing, I think, well, we also could be happy, of course, with those European-Ukrainian partnership on the border and other countries close to Ukraine, but we also have to understand that when taxes goes to the European Union countries, and probably also, for example, Moldova and whatever. And I know, of course, because now I spent most of the time in Odessa, Mykolaiv, Kherson region, more in the south, but of course I'm sometimes visiting other places. So I know how many really people from Odessa set up their business in Moldova, because we're living between the two cities really. Because they brought their families to Chisinau, for example, but we're living in Odessa and we travel like this, between the two borders. So, of course, ironically, we could say we wanted to have a cross-border cooperation. Well, now we have a very good cross-border cooperation. But, of course, that's really the irony. Another kind of partnership, which is probably very much important one, it is for the business and with investment in Ukraine. Because you would probably, who really did not often visit Ukraine, you would be probably very much surprised how much business in so-called central Ukraine, in the south of Ukraine, like Odessa region, even Mykolaiv region now, and also certainly in the west of Ukraine, is developing. But the main problem is that the interest of the European partners or Western partners is not to invest and not to do something in Ukraine, which would be a very positive thing for the country which is fighting for their freedom and fighting for the freedom also in economical terms. But we would like to try everything to attract to their own countries, which is not really good partnership. I'm a political analyst, and I know how many of the brains from Ukraine were taken to the European Union countries. And I was not very happy with this kind of program. Then you could take Ukraine, but you have a lot of restrictions, both from the European Union side, but also sometimes from Ukraine side, to do, for example, the double programs for Ukraine and the EU. And I was really surprised, for example, very recently I wanted to make this kind of double partnership for the Ukrainian, Lithuanian investor and Ukrainian investor, and I realized that program for the two countries. Well, because quite many of you came from the civic society, this again is very much important part of the partnership. Well, of course, embassies are looking to the all information what is going on in Ukraine, and may have some budget, a little budget to support one or another programs. But if you would look exactly to the programs which are available in your country, in your town, and your city, here in Europe, on the national level or on the regional levels, those programs might be much more effective connecting civic society in your region with the civic society in Ukraine. For example, I am cooperating with the Caritas, which is in Odessa, Mykolaiv, and Kherson region. But I was very much surprised when one European partner who supported the program said, well, we are not interested because in Ukraine, because probably it's not so important like to invest in India, like to have relations with India. And I was very surprised. So I went one time, another time, the second, the third time, and I said to them and explained why they are wrong. And when we understood the mistake, and we came back with this idea. There is a big problem with the rehabilitation of the military people. It's probably difficult to imagine now how many people are wounded, not just killed, of course, in the battle, but wounded, and how much rehabilitation program will be needed for such people. Or whatever, rehabilitation really like do sanatorium or whatever, or rehabilitation, for example, forging between the club of, for example, war veterans, or let's say people who are disabled people. And for example, sports club like in Odessa, there is a sports club called basketball sports club. So the partnership with the European Union is also a very much important one, because probably if you would ask, it would go to the embassies and to talk to this, or to the national governments, they say it's too little, it's not so much interesting. But when it's really what connects people to people approach, what is probably no less important than the government to government or minister to minister approach. So therefore, we could look to various issues of partnership, small partnership, bigger partnership. And for example, one of my, when I felt sorry, when I looked at the situation in Donbass, which to my understanding was a mistake from the Western side to miss such Donbass opportunities, one of the year I raised myself, and I strongly supported that, so-called social economical investment. I was very much surprised how so many people, and now for the Ukraine it's also important, how many people are talking about the need to help for Ukraine or whatever, including maybe an economical field or whatever, and it's difficult to take on the government level decision, for example, so-called that the government would make insurance of your companies who are investing in Ukraine, and lack of the drones of whatever cruise missiles, they will get insurance from their own country. And such kinds of social economical insurance, unfortunately, it still did not take place. Everybody is talking about when the war will come to the end. But if the war will continue for 1 year more, of course, for me, it's difficult to imagine, to understand this. It's really incredible for how big tragedy for Ukrainian people. But still, if it will go. So my approach is to think what you could do now, not to think what you could do after the war will end. Because if you will do it now, you will bring the end of the war much quicker, and you will make Ukraine much stronger now. And so you will bring quicker the end of the war. Thank you.
That's real great call to action. Thank you, thank you. You know, it's very sad to say, but sometimes to build something great, you need to destroy what was before, and to build something from scratch, it's maybe even easier than to make changes. And Ukraine now will have a chance, a door of opportunity to. You know, to build our economy by the modern standards together with our European partners. And I would like to return to the startup direction, because that's very important for, you know, for the development of this entrepreneurship ecosystem and innovative ecosystem. And Mikhail, you mentioned about Seas of Bravery program. That's a great, really, opportunity for Ukrainian startups. But also, that's very important, I think, to spread, to popularize a culture of startups among Ukrainian population and in all our regions. And maybe you can suggest advice how Ukraine need to do that, to, you know, because I remember sometime in traveling in different countries all over the world developed in this industry, and when I visited Tel Aviv, you know, some taxi drivers pitching you their projects, so they are dreaming, and that's bring this culture and belief to create something big. And when everyone doing that, that's make the nation stronger. So how we can develop the culture of startup ecosystem in Ukraine and spread it all over all our regions and cities, maybe taking an example of European countries.
That's a more difficult question than one may think. Let's say a classic thing that, let's say, local authorities can do is to foster incubator places for startups. So you see in Europe, from cities of 10,000 people up to millions, creating a building where startups can come together. They learn from each other. They have a coaching system. But I'm not sure whether, let's say, to concentrate people in one building is always a wise thing. And you have them at two levels. You have, let's say, in smaller cities, basically a building with offices. And if you have more, let's say, special facilities like a clean room, expensive microscopes, you have those as well. So in Brussels, for example, there is one center where really deep tech startups can come together. But you bring a lot of companies together and expensive equipment as well. So one thing to look at, but critically, is, well, how can local authorities foster that the startups come together? I think culturally it's very important. Whether it always makes physically sense, that is the second thing. If local authorities want to learn the do's and don'ts, the do's and the don'ts, there is a very good network of cities in Europe that can help. And that's also an area where twinning, for example, helps. For example, my region is twinned with Lubielski in Poland, and Lubielski is, again, twinned with Vinica. So basically, it could be possible that Vinica can ask Gelderland in East Netherlands for assistance in how do you set up a startup network. So that's one thing. The second thing is what basically we support with Seed of Bravery, that is connecting three important actors with each other. One is, and do it in order. One is to create networks of startup networks. So basically, that startup associations in Ukraine connect with startup associations in Europe. That's what Seed of Bravery is doing. The second most important one is to connect the investors, because investors have the skills of reading which startup is excellent, good, or please don't touch. Advise them to do something else with their lives. And so what is important is to connect the startup venture capitals in Ukraine with those here. And we have a network called the Trusted Investor Network that are the investors in our network. That could be, let's say, an instrument. And the third one is, let's say, the more deep tech startups. 95% of them are within 10 kilometers of a university or a technical university. So the third instrument is to connect universities to each other. But in a lot of countries, the universities are still the order. And they don't have a startup culture. And they still are for long-term tenure track jobs, and professors have not a big interest in helping startups. So I say that with some qualification. These are all things that will help in the long term. What in the short term is needed is what basically my daughter does. My daughter buys 250 million euros of sunflower oil in Ukraine every year. And because Ukrainian suppliers want to be, let's say, want to keep the connection, they are investing heavily. Okay, if you want us to be sustainable, how can we be sustainable? And so what is in the short term important is companies who are willing to use their buying budgets to buy from Ukraine, to go on doing that. And also being helpful. I mean, these farmers, for example, they invest a lot in sustainability, but I think you mentioned it, they also build storage offices on the border, so that basically the Dutch trucks don't have to go up to Sumy or Poltava to get the stuff. So that's also important in the short term. So that is, let's say, something we can organize through corporate days. For example, of connecting the startups here with corporations there, or vice versa, to connect startups with corporations here.
Okay, we are going to the end. That's very important, and I will speak more about that on our thematic panel discussion about innovations, because that's what I am focusing, and my company Nation focusing on, building ecosystem in the southern part of Ukraine and bringing international attention and partnership for that. And now we have 5 or 4 minutes. I would like to ask our respectful audience, do you have any questions to our speakers? Okay, I see you were the first.
Thank you for the invitation. It's a very interesting conference. And my name is Stella Veliki. I have studied physics and informatics, and I am a member of the European Physical Society. I have 2 questions. Did you think that the European Commission can use an urgent plan to reconstruct the energetic infrastructure in Ukraine this winter? And I'm thinking to a plan that the Commission was doing for the pandemic, COVID pandemic, for the vaccination in all the EU countries, where the Commission has to take the decision without no vote in European Council. And it was very efficacious. It's a very, very short time to do it. You will tell me, yeah, Ukraine is not an EU member state. Yes, Ukraine is 19% a member. They have a special membership to EU institutions, and it is possible to urge the Commission to make such a plan. It depends only on the Commission, and especially from the President of the Commission. My second question is, how do you think the EU can help Ukraine if Trump became a president? And he said very clearly he will not give no military aid help to Ukraine. How do you think about it? How do you think, for example, to use Magnitsky law for the Russian companies and Russian people? It is here in European Parliament, you have the Renew political group. They do a lot of action to introduce Magnitsky law on the European level.
Thank you. Is it a question directly for someone, or?
Who can answer?
Okay, someone can answer? Because, okay, but briefly, please.
Yeah, it will be a very brief answer. Well, I was in the politics. I was chairman of the European Affairs, chairman of the Foreign Affairs Committee in the Parliament of Lithuania, and deputy chairman of European Affairs Committee in the Parliament. Well, what I could say from my experience, European Commission is such a large body, which is moving, when it's moving to right direction, it's okay, but you cannot expect it will move before this harsh winter. So that is the reason why I think decentralization is the most important fact which is possible, that every city, every town or whatever, which could provide again generators, but also maybe solar systems or whatever, which have to be built. Unfortunately, decentralization of energy system was not really understood. I could feel sorry about this by both, not just European, but also other partners. I was talking to Japanese and others who are providing this assistance. Unfortunately, they did not understand at the moment, and now it's time running fast. Well, of course, NATO also could do, because one of the biggest problems for the energy security this harsh winter is possible Russian cruise missiles or drone attacks, not against various objects of the electricity system, but so-called stations close to the nuclear stations, because it will cut this line. So then it's a serious problem with the energy. So yes, sometimes you have to think about some things more months ago than now. Now, Commission is fine. They could say nice statements. They could make nice speeches. But unfortunately, regarding Magnitsky, the last point, regarding Magnitsky, again, not very pleasant words about Western sanctions. 2.5 years have to be passed after the large-scale war. 12.5 years after the war started in Donbass, when Western partners began to set up institutions which will look how sanctions are working, which Western partners started to look what is happening with the secondary partners who could buy something from Russia and after to sell in Europe. In the time of war, the trade with Kyrgyzstan, Kazakhstan, Uzbekistan, and others from some European countries came 500% more than it used to be before. We understand it's not a trade with the Kyrgyzstan. That was trade with Russia.
Thank you. Two questions, just one, too many hands. Look, we, in any case, will have a time to network after the next session. That's why one question from there and one question also Andrei asked me in the very beginning of the panel. Who was the first here? You were.
Sergei Kasyanov, Harvard Alumni Organization. My question was exactly about the sanctions. How probable can be enforcement of the sanctions, and what should be done in order to prevent this circumvention through Middle Asia or China or so on? Thank you.
Okay. Actually, the most fastest maybe way would be selling the first Russian, not like selling, the access to the first Russian accounts in the European or international banks. So in case it would be possible to use these funds as much as quickly to support Ukraine, especially during the upcoming winter system, because you should know that I'm absolutely sure that you're aware with all these headlines in the newspapers that unfortunately the situation with the energy system and energy sector is really difficult. And in regards of the upcoming winter, so to use this money on these freezed accounts as soon as possible would give a possibility for Ukraine to go through the winter. And for example, at the first stage, talking about all this system of transformators and so on, so to be able to have some kind of heat.
Okay. And the last question, please, but briefly, 1 minute.
Yeah, sure, it's 1 minute. Andrei Koleduk, Ukrainian Venture Capital Private Equity Station. We're here in Brussels with the new parliament, with the new commission, and for the last months, everybody is discussing the Mr. Draghi report on the European competitiveness, because the European GDP is declining. I encourage you to read it, all of it. It's 64 pages plus 360. But there are three things. One is the Europe wants to get the less dependency on the critical minerals. Second one is a defense, because 80% of what Europe buys externally, not internally, and that also applies to dual-use tech. And the third one, my favorite, is innovation in startups and entrepreneurs, because everybody realized that we need to keep European startups in the Europe. So my question is very simple, because Ukraine has all three: defense, we're on the front line, we're on the front line of defense, we're on the front line of innovation, we have a developed startup ecosystem, we also have all the 24 out of 24 critical minerals in Ukraine. So the question to you, how Ukraine can empower, not in the future, but now that the competitiveness of the Europe, and how we can do things today, not only bypassing the accession of the Ukraine into the EU, it's a long path, how we can do things today. Thank you. I promised I was quick.
Thank you. Michael?
Well, the problem with politics is always that if you want something tomorrow, you should have started a week ago. Huh? So what you do now is going to have an impact in a week. And that's not because, let's say, of politics, but basically of building up the skills of doing it. So the Seeds of Bravery is one of the instruments of doing it, but indeed it will help create startups that are successful in 2 or 3 years' time. Not because of the instruments are not good, but no, simply to learn to be excellent, it takes 2 or 3 years. That's even quite fast. Most people take 20 years to become excellent. So all the three objectives you mentioned are important. And I think that the discussions we had bilaterally is in some stage to speed up that process of scaling up on critical materials, on critical technologies, and on even more banal things like sunflower oil and other ingredients for a bioeconomy. So we should do that. That should be part of a Marshall Plan. But you might understand that, I take the example of my daughter, they're not going to build a plant in Ukraine. That's simply too risky, it's difficult to insure, and well, they have a plant in Poland, why should they have a second one? So it requires much more, and there is, let's say, much more securities, guarantees, insurance needed to convince larger groups to invest in a military economy. And let's not forget, most European companies are not used to do that since the 1930s, and few people are still alive with that experience, very few people.
If I may add to this, about the critical raw materials, raising awareness is of course great, but we have to take into consideration that there are very heavy lobbying activities from the countries that have the critical raw materials, not only, like indeed we have in Ukraine, but we are in a heavy competition with those who are already on the market here in the EU. And we have to know who they are, and we have to make sure that those who take decisions, the decision makers, they see the benefits of working with Ukraine more than they see the benefits of working with those who already lobby it successfully, their activities here in Brussels.
Great, you know, that's so a big engagement of your questions. It's a success for our event, and that we are doing the right thing. I would like to thank our respectful speakers and to invite Andrei Peeling to represent the next panel discussion, the first NGOs session. Andrei, you're welcome to the stage. And by the way, yes, I forgot the most important. Our first panel speakers, please come here for the 1 minute. I forgot the most important. We have some gifts for you. Yes. Mikhail, please, one minute. We have some gifts for you from Ukraine. And Marta, please.
First of all, thank you for this very interesting panel. I think you address the right topics, and support is also supporting Ukraine economy. So we heard that we have a lot of innovations, we have startups, and I think access to EU markets is also something where we can sustain and strengthen your country. So later on we will have a trade panel. We invite you for that, because I think we also should develop some more instruments to help especially small and medium enterprises to make it into the Western markets. Thanks also to, for example, GIZ, we have some instruments, but I think there's more potential. We have today also Gastro-Oma with us, first Ukrainian franchise system for Ukrainian food in Germany. They have 5 restaurants already. So thanks for being with us. And yeah, thank you also. You have the first line of the new Golden Ukraine, Support Ukraine wines. And hope to see you soon. And of course, let's keep on supporting Ukraine. Thanks to our speakers one more time. Dear guests, we will start in 2 minutes. Thank you. Yeah, you also. Welcome. Thank you very much. I've been drinking quite. Super. So we will start with our first NGO session, and I would like to invite to the stage Tony Anthony. Tony, please. Great that you are with us today. Of Great Commission Society. Thank you very much for joining the panel. Take a seat, yeah. Then I would like to invite Eric Blomkirk of Healthcare for Ukraine. Eric, great having you with us. We also have in the session now with us Reinhold Newton. Reinhold, herzlich willkommen. Yeah. Great seeing you. Hello. And last but not least, Victor Nguyen Van. Victor, thank you so much that you're with us. Of GEM, Global Empowerment Mission Europe. So we are sitting here on this lovely day in October in Brussels. And also thanks that we had this minute of silence today. While we are sitting here, we know that Ukrainian people are facing a completely different reality. And one of our targets of today's session, of today's conference is, of course, also to create awareness. We mentioned that because in the last months, we also saw that some, even policy decision makers, have an impression that maybe help is not so much more needed in Ukraine as it might has been some months ago. We have more than 2.5 years of war, and you are today with us to also describe and tell what is really going on in the country with your colleagues who are working on the front lines, with the help you're providing. And we want to formulate, and we are very happy also to hear that from you, from your direct first-hand experience, what is really needed and how do you see also the perspective and what could be done from the European side, what could be improved to strengthen Ukraine as much as possible. And I think we start with Tony, because Tony and we had the first contact via the FAO, Charles Hopkins, help in Ukraine. And Tony can really tell us, you brought a presentation with you, right? So I would, yes. Leander, do we have the presentation right? Yeah, then we start with Tony. Yeah. So please, Tony, tell us about your organization, tell us what you've been doing in Ukraine, and tell us what you think is really needed for the next month.
Do you mind if I stand up? Thank you. Actually, can we play the video first? Is that okay? I just want to show you a video of some of the work that we've been doing in Ukraine. It's a little bit older now, but I'll bring you up to speed with more information. Maybe start it from the beginning again. would you be able to put the presentation for me, please? Thank you. Well, my name is Tony Anthony. I'm the CEO of the Great Commission Society. We call it GCS. We are a faith-based humanitarian organization, and it's been an honor actually to serve in Ukraine for the last 13 months. I typically go over once a month myself. I'm a bit of a hands-on CEO. You know, it all started actually when we first responded to it. But let me tell you about GCS first. Basically, GCS, we are working in 125 nations. We have about 3,000 volunteers serving in our organization. And we are focusing on 7 areas. We focus on rehabilitation of offenders. So I end up speaking in some of the toughest prisons in the world, literally. And we're helping to change behavior. We're involved in tackling slavery, trafficking. Part of my story is that when I was a child, I was sold and I was trafficked to China myself. And so I get now myself involved in the anti-slavery. We are involved in educational support to schools, where we're trying to tackle knife crime and bullying. We're involved in social enterprise in some of the world's poorest communities. And also we provide in-kind food assistance, and provide safe water and sanitation and medical supplies. We are a Christian organization. I actually became a Christian in prison myself many years ago. I was a very violent person. I was a completely godless person. I had no hope in my life because of, I guess, my upbringing. But there was a missionary that visited me, and he shared with me his hope in God, in Christ. And that changed my life 33 years ago. Today, it is my honor to lead this organization. Back in February 2022, we had 87 of our missionaries. They were trapped in Ukraine. And immediately, our team were some of the first responders, literally from the beginning. We had teams coming from Poland, Hungary, Slovakia, Romania, Moldova, that were stationed at the borders. You're all familiar with the exodus of the refugees, and our teams were helping with our global network of churches to help to provide accommodation, see where they wanted to go to, all of these people, and also to make sure that they are safe to avoid trafficking issues. We are also procuring a lot of food supplies, but what I saw in the beginning was we were giving food supplies to people we didn't know. And we didn't know, are these supplies being sold? Are they being stuck in a warehouse? And so the important thing was to follow the food, to follow the money. And so that's what we did. I did that myself. And we would go with this food that we would buy. We'll fill up coaches and we'll fill up trucks. And we'll take them as far to the front line as we could possibly go. And we began emptying the trucks and the smaller minibuses, unloading the food packages, and then seeing if anybody would like to come with us to be evacuated. And we would then travel to the safer parts of Ukraine. And the people that wanted to leave the country, well, they left at that point in the beginning. We helped to send people all over the world. Canada, UK, America, you name it, Italy, and we were organizing all of this. We had to scale up our response to reach the highest groups, the highest risk groups in the country, because we noticed that Ukraine was suffering from a disproportionate issue. So all of the humanitarian supplies being provided in Ukraine, did you know that less than 12% are reaching people facing acute hunger? Now, I have the honor of serving as a SAG member, a strategic advisory group for the Food Security and Livelihoods Cluster. We're not funded by the UNHCR, but we are brought in because of our expertise. Because where we work is we work as close to 100 meters from the front lines. Most organizations we come across, they're talking about 5 kilometers, 10 kilometers. Well, why don't you try this for size? 100 meters. That's how close we're going. And I'm not talking about something else. I have been there myself. I go there regularly. And we're not afraid to do it. I guess we're crazy because we've got God in our life. And so we trust in that. And God keeps us safe. And so we are taking food supplies. We got a very large team in Ukraine. We got over 500 members. We registered our organization there. And I got to tell you, I was thinking, because of some of the things you were saying earlier, a lie can travel halfway around the world while the truth is still putting on its shoes. That's what Mark Twain said. And, you know, we are seeing 2 problems in Ukraine. We have been to places like Kherson, Bakhmut. I've been to some very difficult places. And, you know, there are some of these places, we've gone there and we've seen United Nations food boxes, GEM food boxes, our food boxes. There's a lot of duplication. Meanwhile, there are the people that are so close to the front line, women and children, elderly people, they have nothing at all. They are facing acute hunger. And so please do not believe the lie that they do not need any help. They really do need help. And our regular assessments that we conduct every month is what flags up this issue. It's been wonderful. We've been there. We're facing winterization challenges, of course. We've been there now 31 months. Also, in our organization, we have charity ambassadors. In fact, the former Minister of Defense, Ron Mark, is one of our charity ambassadors. And he came with me from New Zealand to actually come across. He met up with the Deputy Minister of Defense, while I met up separately with the Deputy Minister of Health to discuss some of their greater needs that we are providing for, and meeting as well with Ukrainian government organizations. These are the areas where we focus. Indeed, you might find shops elsewhere. You're not going to find any shops or any food in these areas on the front line where we are going. And we've got the photographs and the video footage to show you. We really do need help. What have we done so far in Ukraine? GCS has evacuated 59,321 people, of which 39% of those are children. And a large majority we were able to find housing for them. We provided 12,000 metric tons of food supplies. You're talking about 600 trucks, about 20 tons each truck. We've provided that over the 31 months to the areas facing acute hunger. We have had some loss because we've learned from our mistakes that there are areas where there is duplication. But being part of the Food Security and Cluster Livelihoods Group, we've been able to eradicate that. We continue to provide medical support. We're involved in preservation and conservation of damaged homes. So, for example, the Kakhovka Dam, when that was destroyed, all of those homes that were submerged, we were there, and such an awful situation. The waters receded, and they were fighting the mold and picking up their rubbish from the streets, just amongst the sludge. There are a lot of people that need help. And of course, people are fearful to give too much money, because if another bomb comes, then what do? So we're still trying to find solutions here where people are in need. And then helping the winterization programs there, also with providing wood-burning stoves and generators. And also we help children by supporting those that are bereaved and that are orphaned. We provide qualified trauma counseling for people that are affected by the war, whether they're from the military or not. For us, if they're humans, they need help. And finally, agricultural assistance, strengthening the food security and economic growth. I wanted to show you this picture. This man is called Anatoly. We can talk here all day long about partnerships and, oh, look, here's what we do. Here's what they do. Well, look, there's a man here called Anatoly. That's his name. Please look at him. And I went there in Kharkiv to meet him. And he didn't want any food. He didn't want anything. He stunk of vodka, really. And he was really upset. You know, the issue was that he had to collect the parts of his wife together. He just really wanted to bury her in her own grave instead of going into a mass tomb. And this man was broken. He wouldn't even listen to me. But with my translator, Tamara, because I've got a lot of Ukrainian friends from the United States that come over to help me with translation. And at least we were able to pray for him. You can see in his hands here, he took actually a Bible. He didn't want to eat the food, but he did want to have hope. And I don't blame him. I'm so glad that he did that. You know what, friends? We really do need your help. We're not here just to talk about some ideas and show you some pictures and make you feel good. I'm wondering what you're taking from today. Are you going to take today maybe a call to action to get involved somehow? You know, use your expertise, use your ability. There are groups that are on the ground, like us and others. We need help. So thank you for your time, and we can maybe talk about more things later.
Thank you, Tony. Very impressive. And as I said in the beginning, it's about the people who make a change. And you see Tony and this organization, really, you're doing a great job. Thanks for that. We have another organization with us who is also doing a great job and distributing help and humanitarian aid to the Ukrainian people. That is Victor of GEM Europe. Please, Victor, your presentation.
Thank you. I'm representing GEM Europe, and as many of you, when the war began, I felt an urgency to help. So I went to my local church and tried to help there. So we gathered some, we opened a warehouse, we tried to get donations, and we sent it to Ukraine. And it took us a lot of effort, it took us a lot of volunteers, and to be honest, it wasn't really effective. Because we were able to gather one truck, send it somewhere, and we were able to provide one truck per month. So when GEM came and offered me a job, I took this job immediately, and it really impressed me because the impact was next level. Because GEM mission is to deliver the most amount of aid to the most amount of people in need, the shortest amount of time and with the least amount of cost to donors. And to be honest, no, it's not, no sound. Oh. So, right now, okay. So I really felt the difference there because we did make an impact. Because to be honest, the key is the logistics. We can talk much about help, but if you don't have logistics, you cannot do anything at all. So when GEM came to Poland, we immediately rent 2 big warehouses, bought a lot of trucks, and we started the logistics right from Poland. GEM is based in Miami, so we got the whole ships going to Gdańsk, from Gdańsk to Warsaw, from Warsaw to Rzeszów, and from Rzeszów to Ukraine. And later on, we opened a branch in Ukraine. So right now, our logistics is mainly in Kiev, and we go there to the front lines. We have 20 trucks that are going daily, so the scale is really huge. But GEM Europe is not only focused on Ukraine right now. We are focused on whole Europe. We did help in Turkey in earthquakes, in Slovenia floods, in volcanoes, and in Italy. So we're helping all around Europe, but let's focus on Ukraine. So here's a short video of our operations. So to be honest, the scale of our operations are really great. Like we ranked first in the UN cluster report in water supplies, second in general food supplies, first in generators, and yeah, so and first in the minor reports. And our logistics starts at seed program. So we empowered 30 medium-sized farms to produce food, especially for us. This gives jobs to 150 people, and because of this, we can have our own food, which is then delivered to our warehouse, and from this warehouse we pack this and deliver to the front lines. We also do windows repair program. It's because every time the bomb hits, it destroys like 1 or 2 houses, but it destroys entire area of windows. So our focus is to repair windows in each of these houses, and we already repaired 200,000 windows. So that's an enormous job as well. It helps people stay in their houses. As winter is coming, they need heat, they need warm, and we helped almost 500 million people to stay in their houses instead of moving. And if you want to know more about our impact, we make a map that you can click on and check each of our programs: window programs, generator programs, seed programs. And when you click, you see exactly the numbers and the places we have helped. For example, in Dnipropetrovsk, we installed 20,000 windows, which helped for 40,000 people to stay in their houses. That's, for example, the example of our help. That's the before and after. Also, we did a rebuilding program in Ukraine. So if you know the Volchanka Street, this famous photo, we have repaired the entire street there, built houses from the scratch out. Everything's possible because of the partnership with HGB Buffett Foundation. So this donor helped us to do all of the job in Ukraine. Another example is residential building in Vortel. And our main program is food box program. Everything is, the most important is consistency. It's one thing to gather food, to make a box and to send them, but another thing is to do this week by week so that people can depend on you. Because if people cannot depend on you, they don't know if they will survive another week. What we do is deliver the food week by week to the same people in the same regions. So we are right now delivering per month food to 650 frontline villages. It's almost 400 trucks per month, and in each box is 57 meals. Right now we have delivered over 225 million meals, 18 million liters of water, and billion plus seeds to produce the food in Ukraine. Here's the example, the map of distribution just in August. So you see all of the villages. It's everywhere in the front lines. And as I said, the logistical operation is crucial. And what I want to invite you to, if you struggle with logistics, we can help you. Because everybody is asking for money, we want to help you partnership and to help you deliver whatever you have for Ukraine. Because we have warehouse in Kiev, we have also warehouse in Warsaw. So if you wanna help Ukraine and you need help from us, we can partner. We have our trucks in Warsaw. So if you struggle to deliver food, for example, to Warsaw, we can come to your warehouse and take it. To Warsaw, then we can take our transportation to Kiev, and in Kiev we can deliver it further on. So that's our offer for you all. If you need a partnership with a strong partner as GEM is, we can help together Ukraine to deliver food constantly to the same villages, to the same people in the front lines. We are really confident that our logistics is really strong, and I think we can both benefit in this partnership. So we encourage you to partner with us. What our boxes have, As you see, it's mainly food, water, but also clothing, bandages, hygiene items, canned food, bed linen and dishes. So all goods are very welcome at any time. We do produce our own. We do buy our own products, but our trucks still have capacity to deliver more, and we can still help even more in the further. We don't like traveling the trucks that are not fully packed, but sometimes it happens. So if you want to help us to pack the trucks fully, we encourage you to partner with us. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Victor. I think right now, after the first two presentations, we can already state two things. First of all, there is need and demand and help needed for Ukraine, because that is something we have been discussing also the last weeks and months. There is a misbelief, or let's say, like you called it, a lie even, Tony, that Ukraine doesn't need help, because in some cities, maybe Odessa or Kyiv, the supermarkets are full, but in the front areas where you are working, and that is why today we want to bring it out of the shadows a little bit, how big the work is that you're doing there. We can clearly state Ukraine is still needing, and in our next round we will also ask what are the needs, because of course we don't want to compete with the things that Ukraine maybe can produce within the country or with a local industry. And the second thing, logistics. And that is something where I think we should also think European solidarity in a coordinated way, that we can exchange how we can use the capacities most efficiently. Maybe even having a thing like a mini Marshall Plan, because the logistics that are coming, like with the sunflower oil, we heard it in the first round, those trucks, of course, could bring back also humanitarian aid. And sometimes that could be something maybe our chambers of commerce could also easily support. I mean, it's not rocket science to establish a database with the needs of Ukrainian side and with the offers maybe from the European side. I can offer and I need, so that people interlink and find each other. That's what we've been doing with GEM, for example. We got donations from German retailers. With Tony, we couldn't do it because we were lacking logistics that time. So I think today in the networking sessions, that's a very interesting question also, how we can join forces. And we must think the solidarity in a European way. How that is done in the Netherlands, we will hear now also from Eric. I give the word to Eric, and thank you very much also for being with us.
Thank you very much for this opportunity and for the invitation to present, I think, a very interesting project that we call Netherlands for Superhumans. I was very pleased with the intervention of the representative in the previous panel from Lithuania, who mentioned that building rehabilitation capacities in Ukraine is an absolute priority. And I can be not more agree with someone than on this topic. I'm Erik Bloemhoek. I'm project leader at the organization Healthcare for Ukraine. I do that since May this year, but my involvement in Ukraine is already from 2006. So 18 years I'm constantly involved in Ukraine, building up capacities in the care field. So care for people with mental health issues, so supporting Ukraine in the mental health reform, and in the reform of the care for people with disabilities, focusing on deinstitutionalization, because Ukraine suffers still a lot from the Soviet heritage of separating people who have some kind of difference from what is seen as normal, and to lock them up in institutions. And with the support from the Dutch government already between 2009 and 2011, the famous MATRA funding, we have been able to start alternative new care system in Ukraine called Early Childhood Intervention. When we started, there was one center in Kharkiv supporting families, so not working directly, sometimes a little bit with the children, but supporting families. There was one And today, during this war, it has shown its importance, and during the war even more important than before. And I can really happily say that today there are hundreds of those teams in Ukraine. And from the Netherlands we have been involved in training, in advising, in receiving care providers from Ukraine, governmental, but mostly NGOs, to get training here in the Netherlands. And this project is about training and building. Okay. So, Netherlands for superhumans. Yeah. Okay. First, the problem that was mentioned this morning about the situation of the healthcare system in Ukraine. And the war, and these data are from a few months ago, but so it's already even worse after all the attacks from Russia. So when you look at the medical facilities in Ukraine, so nearly 1,500 hospitals and clinics are destroyed or damaged, and nearly 200 are destroyed, fully destroyed. Just to show you what's happening in Ukraine in this field. When you look at a specific problem, and the problem of the wounded soldiers and civilians, by the way, because of the war, and people who have amputations. In 2023, there were approximately 30,000 people with amputations in Ukraine, mostly soldiers, but also civilians. The state program in Ukraine can provide 2,000 prosthetics every year. So there's a huge gap between what is needed and what can be offered by the governmental program. The situation 2024 this year is even worse. The number of people with amputations has grown to approximately 50,000. Mostly soldiers, but also civilians. And still, the state program can only provide 2,000 prosthetics every year. When you look at the situation also for the future, the territory of Ukraine that has been mined is just unbelievable. It was mentioned this morning, the need for demining of the fields for agriculture, but it's also obviously a time bomb. We know from other wars that the impact of mine fields on the civilian population is huge. And when you look at the size of it in Ukraine, it's just mind-blowing. I mean, 30% of the whole territory of Ukraine is mined, is covered with explosive devices. That is 4 times the territory of my little own country, the Netherlands. So this is a time bomb because more and more people also even, God pray, that the war will be finished, that Ukraine will have victory. Still civilians will need amputations or prosthetics and a good rehabilitation. This is about the problems within the rehab system and in the education system of Ukraine. And we are a small NGO, but we have this ambition to add to the structural solving of problems and to support the system of rehab in Ukraine. What is a major problem in Ukraine is their lack of multidisciplinary approach. Ukraine has a lot of great specialists, medical doctors, physical therapists, local pets, speech therapists, but working together and bringing your expertise together in a team and working as a team is something very new in Ukraine. I know that because we started early childhood intervention, and that is multidisciplinary work, always. That is the basic principles. But here, we try to introduce it now in our program. Ukraine has only 5 specialists in upper limb prosthetics. So this is the most complicated form of bringing prosthetics to the patients, but only 5 for the whole country. doctors specialized in physical and rehabilitation medicines are only trained at 3 universities in Ukraine: Lviv, Kiev, and Vinnytsia. When a patient with amputation receives treatment in Ukraine for his recovery, for his rehabilitation, generally he has to visit 16 different hospitals to get the full treatment. So, and the last and not least problem is that obviously veterans of war, but also civilians, they are not only physically traumatized, they're also mentally traumatized. And there's a huge gap in the knowledge and in the skills of medical doctors, but also social workers, physical therapists, and other, what we call in the Netherlands, paramedicals. They are not trained. And it also, there's a lack of understanding of their own traumas. Because when you want to help, want to support someone with a mental trauma, you also have to be aware of your own situation. And obviously, in Ukraine, also many civilians and people working in the healthcare and in the social care have their own stress, have their own loss, have their own grief. So, to have such an ambition, you cannot do that alone. So you always seek for partners. And there is the leading organization in the Netherlands called Netherlands for Ukraine Foundation. They are the main applicant, and they gathered this consortium. The second partner in this consortium is Healthcare for Ukraine, for which I'm working now. We organized the educational program, and very important in this partnership is the Superhumans. Maybe some of you have heard about them. It's a rehab center, a very innovative rehab center in Lviv. Really top-notch knowledge on how to treat people, but only one center in Ukraine at the moment. We applied, and the next speaker will represent that fund and the Dutch government, funded by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Netherlands. We received a big grant of 4.3 million euros. The biggest part of this money is will be used and is already in use to build a new rehabilitation center, another branch of Superhumans in the central part of Ukraine. It's better not to mention where it is, will be located exactly. The other part is the educational program for 384 medics, meaning people with a real medical background, so doctors, rehabilitation doctors, but also physical therapists, speech-language therapists, occupational therapists, etc. Psychologists, not to forget. This is the Superhuman Center in Lviv. In the center of the country, more close to the front, at the moment we started to rebuild an old Soviet-style, empty, not used anymore hospital, and will be totally transformed and will look as beautiful as this nice building in Lviv. This educational program in the Netherlands, it's a very intensive program. In total, there will be 6 Ukrainian rehab teams coming to the Netherlands. They will stay 6 weeks in the Netherlands. And 6 teams, and 6 people each team. So 6. To organize such an education program is quite a challenge, I can guarantee you. But also here we look for partners. And in the Netherlands we found the University Medical Center in Utrecht, a big hospital and university. They are specialized in this multidisciplinary approach. We have the Radboud University Medical Center in Nijmegen. They are really top-notch in providing the most modern technology in producing and putting and using the prosthetics. We have Basalt, and Basalt is the biggest rehabilitation center in the Netherlands. We have Heliomar, another rehabilitation center. Roesing, another rehabilitation center. We have ARC, that is our Dutch national psychotrauma center that started after the Second World War, and since then has developed a lot of capacity to support people who are traumatized by war, but also by, for example, for the police and fire brigades. They provide that kind of service, and they have an international department, ARC International, and I cooperate with them already for many, many years in Ukraine. And last but not least, our military rehabilitation center in the Netherlands. So our Ministry of Defense now also is really partner, official partner in our project. Okay, and what are the goals of this program? Okay, first of all, we really are training the Ukrainian teams in this multidisciplinary work and war trauma-informed approach. So that's tackling this problem that a lot of knowledge is actually not fully used because it's not combined between the different professionals. We want to develop high-quality expertise in prosthetics and rehabilitation for medical specialists of Ukraine. Obvious. Distribute educational materials to Ukrainian universities and medical institutions, because we don't want just to help a few centers. We want to support the development of the rehabilitation sectors. And luckily, we are not the only ones who are doing this. There are other countries also involved. We are in contact with them. USAID has a big program. But now also, for example, the government from France is supporting a new branch of superhumans in Odessa. And I can mention that today, literally today in this period, there is a team from superhumans in the Netherlands receiving the training we have been organizing. That will be the new team for the French-funded new branch in Odessa. So, and obviously we want to contribute. We cannot fill the gap between 50,000 amputees and only 2,000 prosthetics provided by the government. But yes, we can help there. So shorten the waiting list for the patients. Okay. The training of this first team started on September 16th. They are here, well, in the neighboring country, in the Netherlands. I can guarantee you that the program goes really well. They learn a lot. They are very motivated to learn more. We will not stop with this. This team, will also be prepared to function as trainers for a train-the-trainer program. So superhumans already soon will start providing trainings to other rehabilitations inside of Ukraine, so that the knowledge, the skills, the approach are transferred also to other rehabilitation centers. In February next year, a new team from Ukraine will come, so there will be a call for Ukrainian rehab centers made by superhumans to select other teams who are motivated to come and get this training in the Netherlands. So, thank you very much for supporting Ukraine, and I hope that this topic of really reforming mental health care, medical care, and bringing those fields together, and including social support. So breaking down the barriers between the sectors and to start real intersectoral cooperation within Ukraine with government and non-governmental organizations and private business. I think that's the way to go forward, because that will give additional strength to Ukraine to rebuild and to recover also as a country. Thank you very much. Slava Ukraini.
Thank you well, Eric. What we can see here, and that is what the Netherlands are known for, is this pragmatism. And the intersectoral cooperation, yeah, because you have great PPPs, and I think what we heard from you could also be used for other sectors, not only for the medical sector, but for example in trade. We could also have those intersectoral capacity building programs, yeah, because that will help the country also in the access to the EU. That is, for example, is in the SME sector, a huge topic. How do we train the companies? How do we bring the people together? How do we have cluster formations, yeah, that are really efficient then and according to the EU regulations for the export? But how that is supported by the government, that we will hear here now from Reinhard. And Reinhard has a strong Ukrainian background. You worked as the agriculture attaché for the Dutch embassy. We already met in Kiev. And we are very curious to hear how you, with government programs, we saw the grant, and these programs are supporting not only Ukraine, but also the NGOs that help Ukraine. So welcome one more time, and great being with us.
Yes, thank you, Andre. So I'm also going to stand here because I have to... You have the clicker. That was what I was looking for. Yes, good afternoon, everyone. I think it's afternoon already. Indeed, I have a little bit of history with Ukraine. I should speak louder? Okay, yes. So I have some history. I started as agricultural counselor in 2019 in Ukraine, and I worked there until last year, September. Unfortunately, my time was up there. I would have loved to stay because the work there was very valuable, and it was very hands-on, like the presentations you saw before. Is really giving you feedback directly on the impact of the activities that the NGOs are doing. Right now, I'm indeed in a position from working at the Dutch government. In this atmosphere, I'm representing the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and the RVO, that's the Netherlands Enterprise Agency. And as you may know, let me start with the presentation. As you know, probably the Dutch are supporting Ukraine very much. From the start of the war, we have been very actively supporting Ukraine, both with military support, humanitarian, focusing on infrastructure and focusing on economic support to keep the economy alive and also to help Ukraine for the longer term to recover and to transform their economy according to EU standards and systems. I think it's very important to stress that a government should also be an active party in supporting Ukraine, and not only on the sectors I mentioned before, but particularly I'm focusing now on the economic sector because it's leadership by example. If governments are not effectively organizing themselves, it's much more difficult for NGOs and for companies to seize the opportunities and also to have the finance available to do something in the first place. Obviously, this is not a very easy surrounding with war going on, with the missiles every day causing havoc and destruction. But as has been said before, you cannot wait for a couple of years when the war is finished and then see what's left and start anew. You have to do it now to the best you can. And that is why from the Dutch government, one way, the majority of support is, on the economic field is being provided by loans and funds through international financial institutions, most notably the European Commission, the EBRD, the World Bank. But we also deliberately wanted to give this example function, like I said, to show also to Dutch companies, to the Dutch audience, and also to the Ukrainian people that the Dutch are also actively willing to support Ukraine. So that is why we have our own instruments available for that purpose. Also making sure that we can also at this moment be there on the ground, not personally, of course, we have our embassy, but through the organizations and the companies that we support, already making a difference right now. I will move a little bit forward. So I'm already explaining this a little bit. Let me see if I have something to add there. I always have a kind of love-hate relationship with those presentations. I prefer to do my own story, but they asked me to give me some slides. So now there we are. Yeah, maybe to add, indeed, the situation on the ground is changing rapidly. Every 3 months it's different again. New needs emerge. The Dutch were present in the Ukrainian economy long before the war started, but the sectors we were focusing on were much different. The Netherlands is an agricultural country, so we focus on agriculture a lot. But now the energy sector is much in need and for support and new systems. The healthcare sector, yes, we were active in the healthcare sector before, but not in the extent that is needed right now, and also not how do you call it, the traumatized people, the help for those people, the amputations and these kind of support that was not needed before the war. So the needs are changing, and we also have to make sure that we adapt to these changes. What we did to make it easy for the Dutch companies and NGOs is to create a portal and a structure from the government to make sure that everyone that has the broad question, I want to contribute to the reconstruction of Ukraine, can directly get to one particular governmental site where it is explained very easily what we can offer in terms of support. So that is the first thing, to be visible and to be able to answer questions from all ranges directly. So we have that site, and I'm not saying this is we are doing this is the best. This is our example. I also want to add, we are learning. We know that a lot of other countries are also trying to provide schemes of support. So I'm not saying this is the best way how we're doing it, but this is our way, and I hope also in the later talks we can also exchange experiences, because I'm not saying we're doing it the best way. But briefly, what we do is offer 4 types of support. One is obviously the most needed one, the financial support, project finance via projects like the Ukraine facility, which I will elaborate on a little bit later. But also through supports for investments, because that's also hugely needed at this moment. Despite all the destruction going on, Ukraine needs investments. So we try to within the conditions that exist, with negative travel advice, with missile attacks every day, we do try to make this ongoing, and we have successes there. We have silos that are being built, we have bridges that are being built by Dutch governmental money. So yeah, we think that is an important message to give, to keep on supporting. Of course, rationally, thinking about the risks, but not letting you stop by the situation. So I will move to the next slide. Again, not too handy with the slides. Yeah, so we have the financial subsidies, and then as a next step of the financial subsidies, we have, let me see where this is going to. Very excited. Yeah, let me do it like that. We have a particular site. If you click through the initial site, which I showed, you get this page and you get all the different types of subsidies that we have available. These can vary, for instance, for what used to be a trade mission instrument, which is at this moment difficult, obviously. But we can apply it also to neighboring countries, like next month we will participate in the Rebuild Ukraine exhibition in Warsaw. We have a subsidy scheme for innovative solutions, which haven't proven themselves on the market yet, which are applicable. We have the Ukraine facility, which Erik gave an example about. and which I will now briefly cover the specifics to give you a little bit of understanding what it is, because this is by far the most interesting instrument that we have to offer at this moment for companies and NGOs. Like I said, we don't want to wait with supporting the Ukrainian economy, so we decided to accept the risks that are there, that maybe parts of the money will get lost, but yeah, the rewards we feel are better. So that is the main purpose. And we support the companies, but also the NGOs. And we have as a demand that the companies have local connections. For obvious reasons, language is one, culture, but also we want to make sure that the support also gets on the right places, meets the demands of the Ukrainian side. The demands are endless, you could say, from Ukrainian side. There's need everywhere. The Dutch have specific sectors of expertise. We focus, for instance, now on 5 sectors. Agriculture has been historically an important sector for us. The medical sector as well. Water management, well, I don't have to explain that, I think. But now also during the war, 2 additional sectors emerged, which are energy and circular construction. So these are within the needs of Ukraine, the priority sectors for us, because we believe these are the sectors where we have specific added value from our knowledge, our experience. The budget, this is only for 1 tranche. We had 1 round already taking place, and 7 projects emerged out of that. That was in total, by heart, 25 million euros that we spent. Now, in this fall, another round will open, and there will be 32.5 million euros available. So depending on the project proposals, the amount of budget they request, we will get probably another 10 projects which have direct impact on the ground. And it's important to mention finally that these projects do not have a commercial, they should not have a commercial output. Companies can not make profits out of this project. That's because it's a subsidy, and otherwise it would be state support. But we also feel that it's important that companies enter Ukraine at this moment for the right purposes. And that is supporting Ukraine. The second pillar of support, this was the financial. The second one is we try to facilitate building partnerships. Not between us and the private sector, but between the private sector and NGOs themselves. So for this reason, I think I just mentioned it, we established initially 3 platforms for agriculture, for water management and healthcare. And through these platforms, we have frequent meetings with all the companies that are interested in the topic and that want to do something. But to get them together and to work out all the ideas, rough ideas they have, or more developed ideas, and to build clusters of companies, which we then try to link with Ukrainian partners or with financial instruments that are available either through our own instruments or with the instruments of the IFIs. So the idea is to build focused clusteral approaches through these platforms. So it's a very important and useful tool to brew ideas and to transform them into action. So it's also about matchmaking. We have incoming missions in the Netherlands. It was mentioned before in agriculture with the Majors Club. We had one in I believe it was March. We have other incoming missions as well. we link them through these platforms. And then finally, I'm currently positioned now at the Team International Organizations, a small team within the Netherlands Enterprise Agency, and I'm personally also responsible for helping Dutch companies that seek opportunities for procurement within the IFIs. Yeah, and then the fourth and final type of support that we give, I told you we have this website that companies can go to, but if they just have questions and they don't know what to do yet, they can simply call advisors, and these advisors will guide them on, and they will either give them the advice to go to a platform or to explain them about the conditions that they have to face when they want to go to Ukraine. They can link them with other partners, so that is really tailor-made depending on the need of the person, simply to be more than a website, but really to understand what are the needs that people experience. And also we collect all those questions, and we use that also to modify our scheme of support. Yeah, so in conclusion, the term, I think André mentioned it, small Marshall Plan. I think that nails it. This is no small endeavor, and we do want to bring a huge sizable chunk of support from the Netherlands. So we really focus on that, and we try to mobilize our business community as much as we can. And yeah, we have the open door, so again, always open for discussion. We do see the priority right now to invest in Ukraine. I mentioned about the IFIs. My experience at this moment is that they are still waiting with the real reconstruction. They are doing a lot. I'm not saying that they're not doing anything, but it's mainly support of the Ukrainian government, state support. It's helping the Ukrainian private sector directly through loans, which are much more needed at this moment, because the first priority is to keep Ukrainian economy alive, and that has more priority than yeah, to rebuild it and to innovate it. So regardless of, well, we want to innovate and we should think about it, but that is just where the priority from the IFIs seem to be at this moment. So we try to bridge that gap to some extent by already being active to as much as we can until the moment that the IFIs will open the gate, so to say. I must add that yesterday or a few days ago, the European Commission announced that their first aid package of, I think, 5 billion euros was channeled to the IFIs now. So they are also investing already in reconstruction. So it's not that they're not active in that field. So, but we try to be there at the same time, to be as early as possible. Yeah, I think this is about it. We try to be a linking pin, we try to stimulate, we try to inform, we try to keep the topic of Ukraine on the agenda. It was said that in the beginning there was emotional support. I think by now people should still understand it's not only emotional support, but it's rational support. Ukraine is part of Europe, and we need to defend each other. So that is common sense. That's not only emotion. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thanks a lot, Reinhard. We are running a little bit out of time, but nevertheless, I think we will have a last round where we would like, under our headline, call to action, what is really needed, ask your question. Give the audience a chance for 2 questions, yeah? And then we have the final round of this panel. Are there any questions from our audience? Yes. You were 1, 2, so we start with Julia.
Thank you. My name is Yulia Dernitska. I'm from Chernihiv, the northern city of Ukraine, and we're very lucky. We're not in humanitarian crisis now, my city especially, but we're not yet in reconstruction process. So we started to be in such a middle of the processes. We are still near Russia, Belarus border, 70 kilometers, a risky area for organizations, risky area for investments, but we will not change our location, unfortunately. So it's maybe as a comment that please think how such regions, how such border cities can be involved in cooperation between businesses and cities, how it can be better, because we feel that now we're under the process somewhere else. So it's my comment. Maybe you have thoughts about it. I will happy to discuss it. Thank you.
Thank you. This was to Reinhard, yeah? The question was to Reinhard. Who would like to answer? I think this was a little bit to you.
Shit. No. Yeah, it's difficult. It's I don't know a specific way to avoid those risks. It's maybe about accepting the risks and talking with companies that are willing to be active despite those risks. I know for Chernihiv region that there is, for instance, not too far from Chernihiv, there's this biogas installation, Ukrainian company, but with a lot of support of Dutch technology. So things are going on, but obviously you cannot be too outspoken about it. But it is seeking a niche and seeking the people that are that are willing to take the risks. And this is about, also said before, it is about individuals that make the difference. You have to find people that are willing to go there. And I can give you examples of Dutch dairy farmers that are still traveling also to Chernihiv because they accept the risks, but you have to find those people. So networking events are important, I think. I don't have a structural answer.
Thank you very much. Taking the risks, this is what the NGOs do every day, and there are also state programs. So what you showed us, I think, could be also copied from other countries. That would be your job then, to discuss it with your European colleagues. But for example, in the business development, Germany is providing also investment insurances. Yeah, so this is a huge topic. We could make an extra panel, but thanks for the question. So the second question, this was the other lady. Sorry, we have just time for two, and then we have to close. But there's another NGO panel afterwards.
Thanks a lot. Anastasia from Beetroot Academy from the tech school. And I just want to say thanks a lot to Reinhard for your presentation, because it inspired a lot how simple is the solution to give the help for companies from the EU countries to be in Ukraine, create workplaces for Ukrainians, but also benefit countries as well and their economies. It's like win-win. And I was just wondering, do you plan to scale it to some other countries? What you just mentioned as well. Is there any mechanism you have in mind how to scale it to also other big economies, or maybe give a recommendation how other countries can do it?
So again to Reinhard, yeah? Okay. Reinhard, very quick.
Let me see if I understand the question right. I think I said that we do it the way we think works, but I'm not saying that other countries aren't doing things. And I know, for instance, the Germans, obviously, the Danish and the Finnish and many other countries, which I just don't know what they're doing exactly. But all countries have their own schemes of support already in place. This is just our scheme. I agree with you that also governments should be talking to each other, learning from each other, which things work, which things don't work. This is being done on topics like travel advice, which is an important barrier for companies to travel to Ukraine when there's a red travel advice and people cannot insure themselves. So we do try to learn from each other, but this is a process. I'm a bit impatient because I see that we're already 2.5 years in the war, and for me things should have been solved yesterday already, but in reality it will take maybe 1 year more. But we have to keep working on that, keep pushing each other.
A short remark. It's not only about companies. It's about, and it's also not about countries, it's also about the EU. And I want to give an example. There is this Interreg program, EU program. It's for making trainings between Ukrainian, and in other countries, but Ukrainian municipalities and Dutch municipalities, for example, or municipalities in other countries or regions. I think this is the typical way of organizing it in sectors. So this is governmental, and there you have companies, and there you have NGOs. And I think it's time to break through these walls, because I'm sure that there are Dutch NGOs who could be helpful also for the city to build up, for example, the mental health system in your city, to train your specialists. And this specialty you will not find in a Dutch municipality. You will find in Dutch service providers, who are, by the way, NGOs in the Netherlands, so not state. So breaking the barriers between all those funding mechanisms, and I think that's a very important message.
Thank you very much. So we take from this discussion that also the intersectoral cooperation between NGOs, the public sector, and the private sector could be an access for helping Ukraine. So that is very interesting, I think, because with the expertise that you receive from the regions, that could flow into the programs that the state is then financing and bringing in the business. So we started a discussion. Let's take that as one result of our discussion. Last round, because we want to try also in the networking pause nice Ukrainian food. Call to action is the key word. So, Victor, from your point of view, what is needed in the next months from your experience, like concrete needs in terms of in-kind donations? I mean, financial aid is always needed, but what would you say from your daily work is the most needed goods and most needed materials that you need for your work?
Right now winter is coming, so it's obvious that there will be cold in Ukraine. From my experience, it's easier to produce food in Ukraine, which is like vegetables. It's harder to get meat. So anything that's canned, like in cans, it's easier to take from Europe, because it's like more expensive to produce meat, and so it's the transportation also is costs. So the more expensive product, it's more efficient to transport it from Ukraine, from Europe to Ukraine, whereas, for example, producing like vegetables, it's more efficient in Ukraine, because we invest in the economy as NGOs as well. So we boost the economy there, we give jobs to people. But there are some products that are like essentials. For example, also generators and anything that gives heat. I think it's more efficient to transport from Europe.
Thank you very much. So what we will do after the event, of course, with your help and also to Tony, the same question, then please send us a demand list that we can publish them one more time on social media with the media partners that are here. And to create this awareness, of course, is part of all our work. Tony, from your point of view, you mentioned Kherson also, yeah? Are you still in need, for example, of non-food products like building materials? How do you see the situation at the ground?
Yeah, thank you. Well, firstly, you know, we're feeding about 130,000 people a month. But we are falling short. We are fighting hard every month to get that extra bit of food and whatever funds is needed to transport the food across. And again, I reiterate, I'm not just talking about taking it to regular people. I'm talking specifically about people facing acute hunger, literally on the front line, 100, 500 meters away from the front line, where really we're not seeing any other groups going there. We're going there. So we need help in that area. Also, there's the sheer number of IDPs, of internally displaced people, it's so huge, and we need to look at training initiatives, re-equipping them, people who have lost limbs, people that we need to restore their dignity, and we're trying at the same time as well as the provision of food supplies and winterization project is to, again, train these people and equip them, and that involves not just trying to find work, it's about trauma counseling, it's about mentoring, there's whole lot more to it, you know, health as well, mental health. So those would be the key areas that we're focusing on right now.
So, question to you and then also to Eric. Wouldn't it make sense maybe that we, after the event, set up something like a common letter to create this awareness, like a public letter, that first of all the statement help is needed in Ukraine with your concrete demand list? Because then nobody can discuss it away. It's proven, it's fact-based, and I think that is very helpful to even address not only the retail but also the embassies one more time. Let's not forget, next year we have the Green Week, you know, which is still in winter time. Now Christmas is coming. I think to formulate such a common letter with your concrete needs, that they will find you in the internet, that we provide you information one more time, I think that could be very helpful. Eric, also very short, from your point of view, we heard what you do in the medical sector. Are you still in need also of equipment? You do capacity building, but how's the situation from your point of view?
Well, part of the project is the rebuilding of the old hospital facility into a rehab center. So there is also the infrastructural need, of course. But I think, yes, the need to support Ukrainian professionals who are maybe not fighting on the real war front line, but they have another front line. And it's to cope with all the medical, but I would stress also very much the mental health problems in Ukraine. There is a very interesting mental health reform going on in the whole of Ukraine. Mrs. Zelenska is leading that reform, but it is a huge challenge to come from the old Soviet mentality and the knowledge to a modern community-based mental health system. And it are the professionals who are doing that work. And they need to be trained, they need to be supported. Wages are terribly low, especially in the social field. Social workers, what they earn is just not enough to survive. So, but there's a huge demand, because you mentioned the IDPs incorrectly, in the whole of the country. And social workers are confronted with a huge demand for their help, and they're not trained at all in providing in the trauma-informed way. So I think supporting Ukrainian professionals, and that can be done in Ukraine, can be done online. We have a lot of experience since the pandemic, actually, of providing online trainings. They are effective, but also for specific teams to come to European countries and to get an intensive training here is very, very helpful for their own mental health. To be out of the situation of war and to get another perspective and to get re-energized and go back to face the real problems of Ukraine. I think this is also a very important field, capacity building.
Thank you. And last but not least, Reinhard, what do you wish from the European side to be improved and to be further coordinated to support Ukraine? How do you see it? What could be done better?
That's a very difficult question for me to answer, because I'm not a policymaker and I would not be stepping into the field of policymakers. But what I said before, I think we still lack a bit of mindset, lack of urgency, if I can say this. It sounds perhaps a little bit strange, but I think decision-making processes should be speeded up as much as possible. This is completely outside of my realm, the discussion about NATO weaponry on Russian soil. But if you look at these processes, how much time it takes for a decision has been made, I'm not saying what to do, but I'm saying that decisions should be made as fast as possible to understand the urgency of the situation, because the longer we hesitate, the longer you smear out the duration of the war. That's my personal belief, at least.
Thank you very much. And that is exactly what the NGOs are doing. They act, you know, they see where the needs are, and that on a daily basis. And I think, yeah, we heard how great the impact of your support and help to Ukraine is. One more time, thank you very much, everybody. And thanks to the great job, for the great jobs the NGOs are doing. And I know, thank you. Dear audience, we also have small presents. Maybe, Jan, you can give a box with the bars for the strengthening. But for the next panel, I want just to give you a present. Please don't run away. But we will start with the next session immediately. And we will hear also from the NGOs that are present. Andreas is looking at me. You will be next. Don't run away. 1 second. So we don't make a lunch break. But if you're hungry, you can take your food, yeah? There's Ukrainian food per miniki vareniki. And please, 1 minute, you will also get a box from us, yeah? 1 second.
We have a lunch, but not a break, coffee break. Yeah.
We are starting our second NGO session. Yeah, we have heard in the first NGO session, of course, what are the needs, the current needs, and what are the NGOs doing. And I think it's very important, your role also, that we create this awareness from your direct insights. Maybe we start with the first presentation. And Alina, I think you brought a... You not? We start with Andreas, yeah? It's Andreas, sorry. Leonard, we start with Andreas, yeah? Usually it's ladies first, but today we start with Andreas. Dear friends, can we reduce the noise a little bit? 1, 2, 3. Hello, hello, hello. Yeah, it's still too loud. It's still too loud, yeah. Hello, 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 hello. Sorry, dear friends here in the lobby. Hello, can we reduce the noise a little bit? We can't start the panel. Hello, hello. Шановні друзі, трошки тихо, будь ласка. Ми стартуємо другий панель. Ага, окей, українською мовою. Дякую вам, дякую вам. Краще. Yeah, I have. So, NGO panel number 2. Andreas, we have been discussing the last weeks what should be done, what could be improved. That was the last question to Reinhard. And I think you have also some ideas and can tell you what your organization is doing and what are your experiences from Ukraine. Thank you so much for being with us.
Thank you for having us. So I run very quickly through what we've done and what our heritage is. I'm not very good at that one. I have to try. That's not bad, huh? No. Oh. We're great on the ground, we're not good at techniques. What? Should I go over there? Oh, here we go. Okay, let's try. So, basically, our heritage is empowerment. We started in 2015 in Germany when there were refugees arriving from Arabic countries, and we imagined that the government is taking care. The government didn't take care. The people were homeless, fleeing from a war, so it has been civilians taking them in. And then we thought the government is going to take over, and again, the government didn't take over, so it was again the civilians like us who founded NGOs to support the refugees to feel at home, to go through the asylum process, and to be able to have their own life. It's all about empowerment in the end of the day. We did for empowerment, in terms of empowerment, we were opening a restaurant that is run by refugees as an example how it can work, and also to lower the approach how to meet each other. What we did is you go to the restaurant, you meet somebody from Afghanistan, and first time as a German you see it's a real existing human being. It's not somebody who's running around in trams with knives and killing people. It's people who build up their lives. And then in March, when the full-scale Russian war started, we went to Moldova, me, myself, and I was going there for a weekend. I came back home after 9 months. From Moldova, we started an evacuation program, which till today, so this is basically the story, timeline, what we did. We started from Moldova, first of all. It's a country with 2.4 million inhabitants, the fourth poorest country in Europe, and they took in 250,000 Ukrainian refugees within the 4 weeks. the country basically crumbled. And what we did in first place is taking our people from the shelters. They lived in unbearable conditions. It was winter, they were queuing at the border station in Palanca. There was basically no food, no help. There was no UNHCR, no IOM, no OCHA. So it was smaller NGOs like us who supported the people that they had their way to go to Europe and have some kind of a safe condition. So this is the wrap up, what we did till then. We delivered almost 5,000 tons of goods. That was another line. So basically, we took out the people from the south along the front lines. I was with the evacuations, 90% of them. We were close to the front lines. We had all the shellings. We took them from where they are, where they were really in need. And that was now, it's 23,500 people so far. We brought in via Lviv, where we have a warehouse. We brought in 5,000 tons of good and delivered also this to the frontline areas where the people really, really need it. You see the numbers. We also had a generator program, which was 1,715 generators that were distributed in different energy classes the winter 2022. I was during that time living in Odessa, unfortunately very close to the defense flag, and no energy and no heating. It was not nice to be there, to be frank. We also had 3 medical flights, which is another program that we still continue with. We have a focus on children with SMA, which is muscle dystrophy. It's very challenging from the logistics to take out these kids. Sometimes an evacuation takes 3 months that we have it ready to go with an ambulance, with artificial breathing, to take them into hospitals. The hospitals in Germany have to agree up front that the treatment for the child will be delivered, but from the administrational process, it's first you have to get registered, then you are within the health insurance, and then you get a treatment. So we have to work at some point below the line, which is also challenging. Wow, that looks interesting. We will go through a transition right now. We have 2 columns of our activities. One column is first aid, where we still evacuate. The evacuations now are within Ukraine because most of the people are not going to leave the country anymore. They don't want to. We deliver, especially in the area Kherson, we are very busy to support the local NGOs and support them. And on the other hand, we are trying to build up a sustainable kind of concept where we say it's the Ukrainians, it's their country, and they need the empowerment to develop situations and economical situations where they can support themselves. For the humanitarian aid, it's a big task because the smaller NGOs in Ukraine are exceptional on the grounds. They work, sorry, excuse my French, they work their butts off, but they have no time and no capacity for any kind of administration. So they don't have no storage for their reporting. They don't do that in a way that the Western world needs it to understand what do you really do, how long do you do it, what is your expertise, what are your skills, how many people are working with you. Mostly the volunteers don't get any money out of any organizations, which is also a big, big challenge because the people can't constantly work as volunteers if they're unable to pay their own rent and feed their children. So that's a huge challenge. Our concept at that point is that we say we have to empower these smaller and mid-sized NGOs. The smaller and mid-sized NGOs fall through the gutter from UNHCR because they're unable to apply for grants for fundings. To enable them, we have to build a data storage for them, give them at hand an administrational support that they understand IT solutions. Also, the smaller NGOs on the front lines are mostly unable with their language skills to communicate. So the English speaking, I mean, I don't speak any Ukrainian, I hardly speak any Russian. So for me, it's nearly impossible if I don't have a translator with me to really communicate. And we have to enable these smaller NGOs that they understand with the partners they are about to work with, also what is a compliance, for example. We have, and that's not a secret, in Ukraine we have a system that is slightly corrupt, and the corruption is rising. I've been there 2022, 2023, and 2024, and what I see with my own eyes is that the Ukrainians, out of their political situations, which is quite understandable, think about one thing, first of all, me. So they fall back in larger scales to the old system where with the bribe you can somehow manifest whatever you need to and want to do. This is something that has to come up in the minds of the Ukrainians to change that. That there is a compliance when you deal with Europeans, you really have to take care that the money is ending up where the money really should be. So the empowerment of the smaller NGOs, and in my and our understanding, these are the people who really do the work. And when we think about that the Ukraine will win the war, and I'm absolutely convinced that the Ukrainians will win this war, these people from the smaller NGOs have an expertise that can be used for rebuilding Ukraine. So what we have to do is to give them on hand to build up their own ideas about their own future. When you have a network as a volunteer with all the medical centers in your area, what are you going to do when war is over? Do you go back home and wait for something else coming up? No. You have skills. These skills are needed. You have that with all infrastructure. You have skills in logistics. You know the administration and the network. And this has to be risen. And it's our job, all of us, to enable people not to be depending on support from the outside anymore. That's the biggest skills, first of all. The potential, I don't have to tell you about the potential in Ukraine. The potential is enormous. And if we really support them in a way that they can raise their potential, we will have a win-win situation. Especially the empowerment for the Ukrainians is needed that the Ukraine will remain a Ukrainian country. We all know that all big companies are at the border and waiting that the war is over, and then they will jump into that country and buy everything away that can be sold. If this is going to happen, the Ukrainians will sit in their own country and be servants from big companies from the outside. And that should not happen. Because it's first of all a misery, but second of all, the Ukrainian democracy is depending on individuals that fight for their democracy. We saw that on Maidan, and we will see it again when Western capitalism is coming in there and buying away everything that belongs to Ukraine. The Ukrainians will stand up against it. So the empowerment is something that leads to a win-win situation. For the Ukrainians who already left the country, there's another challenge. We expect them to integrate in our system, which is slightly impossible. If you're a Ukrainian woman, single mother with children, you are unable to take skills lessons at a university or whatsoever. So what we developed is a program for empowerment for females, one-on-one mentorship remote. This is the huge overview draw right now from my side. I don't know, did I speak too long? Too long already? Am I too loud or too what? What you want from me? Okay, that's basically the overview. This is getting it to the point. This is what we want to do. And our focus right now is on Region Kherson, which is at the front line, but not really visible. Basically, the big organizations jump in when the front line shifts. So you have areas in Donetsk when UNHCR is coming up there doing evacuation programs whatsoever. the region of Kherson is a complete nightmare because it's in constant war. And it's 1 million people living there. Before the war, right now, it's 500,000 people, and only the river is between the Russian-occupied territories. So that's what we're focusing on. We gave them our car. So you see, the response, how we work with it, is wrapped up in a nutshell that we would want to do this enabling what I was talking about. And this is who we are, who is here today. So you see Thomas, you see Sergei. Speak to them, speak to me. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Andreas. And sorry one more time, dear friends in the back, in the lobby, please, that is the only thing we kindly ask you for. Трошки тихо, будь ласка, шановні друзі. У нас є панел, і я сподіваюся, ми можемо говорити далі, так? Thank you so much. So, what I liked very much were the two keywords. Hello, Manfred. By the way, this is Manfred Scheffler, also from European Ukrainian Bridge. Manfred, great having you here. Manfred will manage this now, and thank you very much. Manfred said it's nice weather outside, so they can also speak in front of the door. That was the idea. Yes. So, Andreas, I like the two words, empowerment and enabling, you know, that is really important. And to think also how we can bring this mindset into Ukraine. I know. Ah, okay. Sorry, dear friends, we have a lost passport.
Bogdan Lachuk lose the passport. If someone will find it, please return it to us and we will give him. Thank you.
So if you find a passport, let's return it. Tochka. We continue with our panel. So, Andreas, thank you very much for giving these insights. And you are also here all day. Like you said, we can contact with Thomas. And we are also working on some projects now. Maybe we can do that with the firefighting cars. Maybe we can do this. We are preparing logistics now together with you and discussing how with GEM and other partners we can support Ukraine. To be discussed later. Mr. Lux, we are happy also to have you with us today. So please introduce yourself and your organization and your engagement to Ukraine.
Okay, yeah, thank you very much for the invitation. It's a pleasure for me to be here. It's working? Okay, great. Yeah, I represent the Robert Bosch Foundation, a philanthropic organization in Germany, one of the bigger foundations in our country. You might have heard about the Bosch company. Okay, that's great. We own 93% of the stocks of the company, so if you buy any Bosch products, you support my work, the work for Ukraine, and my salary as well. So thank you very much in advance for this. The Robert Bosch Foundation has been active in Ukraine since '93, for more than 30 years. So when the full-scale war in '22 started, we decided beyond our ordinary strategies to do emergency aid for Ukraine and Ukrainians abroad. Usually we are not an emergency aid foundation or a humanitarian aid foundation. This is something I had to mention. We did it for 2 years. We spent approximately 8 million euros for this and within 50 projects in Ukraine, but also in Central Eastern Europe and in Germany as well. And then we decided by the end of last year to have a focus on the future of Ukraine more for the next 5 years. And we make an investment of at least 20 million euros for the next 5 years, supporting civil society in Ukraine. This is the main purpose of our work. We do it in 4 dimensions. It's a societal dimension, it's a mental dimension, cultural dimension, and the green recovery dimension as well. I will refrain from telling you too much of our projects. You could have a look on your website or I could refer of some of them. At the moment, it's not only the recovery process. We avoid the word reconstruction because we don't invest in infrastructure. It's in societal recovery, Vidnova, the Ukrainian word. When we support mental health, which is at the moment a huge part of our work, then of course it's not that much about recovery or reconstruction, it's about resilience in an ongoing war. We are aware of this. We support civil society organizations directly in Ukraine. Due to our history, we have a network of more than 1,000 partners in the country, but also because we are convinced that civil society, and it was already mentioned several times today, is extremely important also for the future of Ukraine. The civil society was important until today, from the very beginning, but it will be also for the future. To give you one example, it's mental health. We already heard the numbers of people affected. We see the initiatives by Ms. Zelenska, which is very honorable. But we also know that for the first time, we won't be able to solve these challenges within the state medical system. We have to think out of the box. We need civil society organizations to taking part in this. And this is, by the way, something the rest of the world could learn from the innovation and the work in Ukraine. The second objective is that we know it from other countries in our work that when reconstruction processes start, then usually the governmental organizations, the business and the supranational organizations are at the table. And civil society actors, which were very useful in the years before, are pushed out of the room. And we have a really, really big interest to support civil society to be at the table. On the global level, we support civil society participation in international conferences like the URC. I'm already in discussions with the Italian hosts for next year, how to involve them even more than in Germany this year. But also on the very local level, when it's about city planning, urban planning, and these things. One example you might know is Restart, which is actively involved in several spatial planning processes in smaller cities in Ukraine. And the third one is, we already heard also about the fatigue effects we have after 2 years of war. And these fatigue effects are also in the philanthropic donor community. Most foundations which spent a huge amount of money in the last 2 years did it for emergency aid. They didn't have any Ukrainian focus in their work any longer. And it's understandable in the way that they shut down their emergency aid programs for Ukraine, because we have Gaza and Israel, we have floods, we have so many other things around the world. So we see that by the end of this year, there will be a decline of philanthropic money for Ukraine, which is really tremendous. And therefore, the Bosch Foundation and the Mod Foundation started an initiative. It's called Foundations for Ukraine, building up a global platform for philanthropic organizations supporting Ukraine, working against the fatigue effect, but also bringing smaller foundations into this group. In the last weeks, I have several calls from German, Belgium, international foundations, smaller one, asking me, we want to do something for Ukraine. For example, supporting medical help. Do you have an idea? Of course, I have a network, but actually, if I'm the convener for the two, this is not transparent, this is not equal, this is not just and not fair. We have to make this transparent. And this is the idea why we built up this platform. At the moment, it's still in the doing. We hope that by the end of November, we go online and make an offer firstly for foundations to come together, maybe even with pooled funds, and in the second step also for civil society actors to join this platform. So maybe this in a nutshell, and yeah, I'm really excited about the opportunity, and I'm looking forward to your questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So we are all already excited about what's coming in November. And I'm sure we will follow up, and maybe some of the organizations presented here today can join your program. So let's exchange, let's network. We also speak today about Belgian institutions. So Alina, it's up to you.
Thank you so much. I don't need this. I will represent Ukrainian Voice Refugee Committee without presentation, because our best presentation just nearby. You can join us in our Ukrainian Community Center that's located just 500 meters from here. First of all, I would like to thankful for this initiative, for this event, for NGOs who continue to support Ukrainians, support Ukraine in such a difficult period of fatigue. It's very important that all of you still raise your voice for Ukraine. Thank you for that. So I'm a founder of Ukrainian Voice Refugee Committee. And after 2.5 years of work with emergency and integration support of Ukrainians in Belgium, I deeply believe that our bigger and powerful resource is our Ukrainian population that we have to carry about. Ukrainian Voice was launched in 2022 with the huge support of UNHCR and Belgium regional government. We receive some funds from them and daily support that help us to understand how to manage refugee community, how to manage our people here in Belgium. The first response that we provide for the refugees, it was quite typical for European country, the shelters, support with the housing. But what really untypical was in this project that the shelters that based in Brussels region was run not people with the integration. Because as we know character of Ukrainians. It's nice to provide shelters, but for people who willing to rebuild their lives, we really need to focus on the integration matter. And this is what we are doing today. The mentorship help people to find a job, and not only find the job, but literally to understand how, for example, medical direction work in Belgium, what kind of legal aspect you have to know. And it's very necessary to teach people, to explain them how to implement their knowledge, most of them high educated people, in new society, where they have language barrier, where they have big problem with recognition of diploma, and still big war trauma. So to come back to the topic of rebuilding of Ukraine, I would like us to ask one question. When we talk about this, we would like to rebuild Ukraine in the same way as it was before, or we have to think how to rebuild Ukraine in differently. We already have big experience, good and bad. But let's talk about empowering our people, Ukrainian population. Let's talk about educated people based on Europe standard and regulation. Because you can provide as much as you can money for Ukrainians, rebuilding Ukrainian. You can create new legal advice. But how it could work if the population doesn't know how to implement this reform in the daily life? If those who run small, middle, or huge, big business, if they don't understand how the new reforms can support them or not. So my first and one call for today is just, we're open to discuss about human capital that we have to raise and invest in it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So call to action is, let's give capacity building, let's support the people. Wonderful people of Ukraine, you know, huge creative potential, strong women. And that leads us to the next speaker, Irina Papusha, Women Leaders for Ukraine.
Thank you. Hi to all. Thank you for having me here, and I'm really glad to see you all here, and a lot of so familiar faces, so that's like next meeting with all of you, and I'm really happy to introduce our international community. Can we make it for full screen? How I can list? Okay, so you will help me, yeah? Okay, let's try to do it like this. So let's go on. It's too big size now. We cannot see anything, and our audience will not be able to read. a bit. Less, and then you will see how to make it full screen. Here, here. No, a bit more right. Here, yes, press it. Great. Thank you. That was real teamwork. Yeah. Yeah, partnership. So we are sure that Ukraine needs women power. And that's why we established international community of successful and accomplished women leaders and ambassadors from business, from political and public sectors. Let's go on. Yeah, and one more. And our mission is to reach gender balance in global decision-making in terms of sustainable peace and security, because we understand all complexity and all deep interrelationship in solving this problem, and we really believe that soft, co-creative, collaborative women power can be very useful for that, to reach this really balance and peace on that situation with global crisis in geopolitical situation we have now. Let's go on. Currently, we have more than 100 permanent leaders and ambassadors in 19 countries, in 32 cities, of course, in Ukraine, in Belgium, in the US, in the UK, in Canada, in the Netherlands, Switzerland, Austria, Denmark, Germany, Spain, Portugal. So let's say practically all around the Europe, Japan, Emirates, and we go on, we grow quite quickly. Let's go on. Our goals just to show to all the world how big problem we have in Ukraine, and it's not only problem for Ukraine. We initiate this dialogue between different groups of people, different countries, different sectors. We involve scientific groups, educators, public influencers to raise this question and to solve this issue. We elaborate different new models for economic and social approaches, how to build better world and fair world. And we do a lot of discussion about it, and we initiate a lot of influence even to political agenda. Go on, please. So our initiatives is facilitation and participation in global forums like World Economic Forums in Davos, and we take part there, and we raise these issues. We also organize different our own events. Just mentioned two the biggest current events. We just made event in Kiev in September with name Resilient Leadership, Women Leaders for You, or for example, transition of gender equality that we had on May. And we will have very big event here in Brussels in the Euro Parliament during Gender Equality Week at the beginning of December. We plan big event in The Hague, in Rome. So we really raise this initiative all around the world to be noticeable, to be visible, not to be forgotten. Like, unfortunately, we have it now in different countries. Like people ask, is this still war there? How are you? Yeah, so we cannot allow this situation to happen. And we take part in different conferences, summits, forums which devoted to rebuild Ukraine or any issues of gender equality and women leadership. We started and we already promoted big project of interviews with global leaders who share their experience with us, how to stay resilient, how to inspire people to do enormous things during the war. And we study many problems which Ukrainians, and especially Ukrainian women, face too. Currently, it's the third year, and this studies show how tremendously role of women raised during the war, and how big role and input of women we have now, and it will be more and more. We need to be ready for that, and we need to help to empower women in these issues. We have a lot of programs, from women to women, I mean mentoring and coaching programs which help women to feel more confident and to raise different projects, especially social projects. After this program, 90% of our, let's say, students, but it's already leaders, they started their own projects, or they started to be involved in different projects for the benefit of Ukraine. And of course, we create and elaborate our huge network of our women who is the best field, best area of trust and support to help each other in many, many different issues. Let's go on. We will skip this slide because it's just more details what we do. I will stop here with our projects. Here, 5 the biggest projects. That's not all for sure. I mentioned our charity fund, Kids of Ukraine. We support mental health of kids who were injured by the war. We do a lot of legislation work with documents to implement European legislation in terms of gender equality to Ukraine. And we do this project Resilientship to promote Ukrainian resilience leadership all around the world. We started Women Leadership Academy to educate women, to empower them, to make them stronger, to occupy a higher position. And next year, now we are in preparation, next year we will start awards, big program of awards, inclusivity and gender equality award to emphasize organizations who are really the best in this field. And let's do next slide. So I will not bother you with long presentation, just scan our social media QR code and join us, and let's do these big things together. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So another impressive example of the strengths of Ukrainian women. We know all what you also do in the society, yeah, your activities. And of course, in these difficult times, we can't even appreciate enough what you are doing also. So thank you one more time. I think now to conclude and summarize this NGO session, I would each one of you like to ask two questions. The first thing is, if you had one wish, to who would that wish be? Public sector, yeah, like government sector, private sector, or even NGO sector? And what would that wish be? And secondly, what is your call to action? So first is the wish, and second, the call to action. Mr. Lux.
Being here in Brussels, I have a very concrete wish to the European Union and the European institutions regarding the financing of NGOs. Please stop the completely idiotic question of only financing 90% and asking for 10% by their own capital. For a small NGO, if they want to take part in a real big EU program, they need several €100,000, which they won't have, or even if they have, it would be really dangerous for their future. So stop it. Ask for 1% or nothing. Secondly, call for action for my own ecosystem. Philanthropy has to overthink its rules. There might be sense in supporting projects in or with Ukraine, but there is a huge danger of making Ukrainian activists depending on foreign funding. We have to invest more in the organizational development and give more unrestricted funding with trust to Ukrainian partners.
Thank you very much. Irina.
Thank you. If I would call, it would be media, international media, European, American, and all around the world, except Ukrainian, because Ukrainian media cannot stop it. Yeah, we are in the war. But I would call media to keep attention and every day write about what's going on in the world, because it's the easiest way to think that nothing happened before it's on your own door. But we are not too far from Western Europe, we are not too far from America or any other countries, because war goes very quickly. If it happened, it happened. And media and influencers should keep attention on that non-stop. And that would be my call to action to big organization, awareness, yeah, and if to talk about what we need to do, each of us, yeah, we all want better Ukraine. Even if we currently live here, we want to return, or we want to have our native country stronger, prosperity for all people there or here. But to do it, that's the only way, just to stop with to start with ourselves. Doesn't matter where we are. Start to do by yourself, myself, ourselves. So that's my call to action. Thank you.
My wish to politicians is stop treating Ukraine as a coma patient. You don't give them enough to die, and too much to die, and too little to live from. If the Western governments would have reacted already in February, we wouldn't be here right now, I promise you. When I hear discussions from our chancellor, that discussions about that defense system, there were 100 of these defense systems in all Europe, and our chancellor had to be begged by Zelensky to get 4, and it took 2 years. That's a shame for Europe. My wish to the NGOs is, and from sides of the NGOs, is to the big players, just get rid of your administrational processes. With the UNHCR, it's now, it's not in 2 weeks, not in 3 months. The civilians are dying right now. The children need support right now. We need trauma therapy right now. We don't need it when you think a project should be financed.
So my wish is the Ukrainian NGO have to finally highlight the main goal and united to fight for this goal. To stop to keep their own agenda and provide their valuable resource to cover the main needs and idea in supporting Ukraine. The second is today EU have two topics that they are talking about regarding the Ukrainian future. I talk about refugees. The first is integrate them into the labor market in Europe, and second is to return them back to Ukraine, which is kind of not linked between each other. Okay, what I hope and my wishing is that EU and the European country will choose right way to treat Ukrainians who are here in Europe. We have 3 million today. It's a huge resource for Ukraine and Europe that we have to, I repeat myself, to educate. Because those who will come back, they will rebuild Ukraine based on European standard. Those who will stay, they will understand in which society they are staying. And they will not be like, you know, separate part of this society. So voilà, thank you.
I think each of your statements was a strong statement that stands for itself without the need of any further comment. Thank you very much for the great job you're doing. And thanks to our speakers for the work in Ukraine and for the engagement. The audience, we have a lunch break now, shortly, and then we go to the next panel. And yeah, hope to see you in the next round. Thank you very much.
program. Take your food to your seats, enjoy the food and listening our speakers. Please take your seats and 30 seconds we will go. So our next panel discussion is dedicated to digital transformation and job creation, because Ukraine facing to the problem of the lack of human capital, and workforce is very important for the recovery of Ukraine, for keeping our economy strong even during the war, and innovations and digitalization really playing a great role for growing up our entrepreneurs, for making for keeping our business owners on the still working, surviving, and managing their teams. I would like to introduce you our members of the panel discussion. So Philippe Van Rij, former CEO of European Business Network, and Eureka, investment manager at Nosdak VC, a senior advisor to the rector of University of Vasa, Finland. Nadia Rolu-Simeon, she is a NSI Innovation Twin Green and Digital Transformation Innovation and Entrepreneurship Ecosystem expert. Anastasia Sleptsova, so founder of Digitalizing Space, Digitalization Innovation, and expert in entrepreneurship and impact. And of course, Anastasia Petrova, strategic partnership head at Beetroot Academy. We will start from Philip. He's really ecosystem builder for many years and a great expert to share his vision, how we need to use digital transformation for our economy. Please, Philip.
Thank you, Jan. Good afternoon, everyone. Never accept to speak a Friday after lunch. So this is okay, but we are making mistakes all our lives, and this is one of the great reasons to still progress, hopefully. Very happy to be with you, just willing to share, before jumping into the digital transformation aspect and the capacity building aspect, for which more distinguished experts will speak about, I wanted to take a step back and say, well, how did we achieve across Europe in the last 30 years the transformation of our regional economies? It is about regional economic development into possibly growing, innovative and business-driven ecosystems. And as you know, if you are following European policies, the cohesion policies is one of the most interesting policies of the acquis communautaire. It embarks two main principles, I think. Three main principles. First of all, the competitive factors, the differentiating factors are probably in your territory, at your place. It can grow from assets that exists at several scale, but in other words, your future starts next to your feet, basically. Second, to help this growing, you really need a collaborative ecosystem and systemic approach. In this systemic approach, you need to have some special features. You need to be specialized in something. You cannot be only a brilliant generalist. And second, and number three, is the innovation. Innovation is not research. Innovation is not science. It is a hybrid in the middle which drives regional place-based ecosystems forward. And so a bridge is a building blocks of an ecosystem. You need many bridges. Bridges to the outside, bridges inside, and one of my favorite statement is the need for more operational bridges between higher education actors, universities, and entrepreneurs from all sides, from the startups to the large corporates. And it looks that now in Europe, this factor of connecting, collaborating between academia and industry is going well, but it has been a long, winding road. It is very, very difficult, and it is still very difficult to further improve. So wanted to talk about that. And yes, indeed, the theories of ecosystems, and okay, well, it might be boring another guy talking about ecosystems. What we say is when somebody has nothing to say, he speak about ecosystems, okay. Sometimes, yes, it is true. But the theory of ecosystem is also embedded on the territory. It's about territorial development. You are coming from a territory which has an identity, which has a dimension, which has assets and weaknesses, and which has probably a critical mass. The concept of critical mass is very important, and the critical mass is never enough, meaning that it's always good, even if you believe you are the top regional territory of Europe, it's always good to still believe I need to work with others to keep growing. And yes, it's the territory, meaning an ecosystem is made of building blocks, of infrastructural building blocks. You need infrastructure, research infrastructure, and industry infrastructure, state infrastructure, energy infrastructure, of course, you know that, but you also need immaterial infrastructure. And the concept of ecosystem is a little bit an hybrid between both of them. Don't believe that it's enough to search for funds to build a new science park with a big incubator building, and the most important is the software inside and the deal flow that crosses the infrastructures. There's been a lot of sad story in Europe where the material level of infrastructure was completely disproportionate with the real capability of human deal flow of innovators, of entrepreneurs, of users, of occupants, of tenants, of people who pays something to use the infrastructure. So always think to balance the strategy between those elements. I already touched upon the entrepreneurs dimension, and I take this opportunity to congratulate the U-Nation initiative and this initiative to celebrate entrepreneurship, to celebrate startuppers. Well, it's not always a joy, as you know. It's a sport. It's a dangerous game. It's that can kill your life and make your life fantastic. But it is essential to keep developing entrepreneurship education, including digital business models, digital entrepreneurship, of course, and it brings us back to further speakers. It is important to, and it is a long process to teach, to learn academics in terms of entrepreneurship. There is, as you might know, a new report produced by the Commission about how to valorize knowledge, how to valorize research and science. And one of the key points that leading countries are hammering, the Nordics, for example, is the entrepreneurial discovery as a cousin of the scientific discovery. So this is really, really important, and I can only support initiatives that pushes for a startup culture, pushes for intermediaries, intermediary organization, private, public-private, public, academic, non-academic initiatives to launch incubation programs, acceleration programs, student entrepreneurs program, venture labs of this, and all the instruments that can indeed enrich the toolbox, the toolkit that makes the support to innovative startup serious, meaning you probably need to incorporate living labs methodologies, fab labs, infrastructures, business models, academy, financial literacy, capacity building. You will talk about digital literacy, but financial literacy is missing in a lot of the innovation and entrepreneurial circles everywhere in Europe. So this is a fight of every day. Collaboration, of course, collaboration. There is no secret. In my country, Belgium, I am the non-exotic in the room. We are confronted every day to localism, to competition between small towns that are even not backed on real reasons. It's not, fortunately, it's not the war, but it's sometimes a stupid and useless competition. So the collaboration starts with the city next door and starts with the exercise for you, for your region, your city, your territory, your body, your entity, to define your unique differentiating factor. And for sure there is one, there is more than one, but defining it precisely and then sticking to it with ambition and
and conviction will enable collaboration on peripheric topics on which you are eventually less specialized. And this collaboration is at the heart, as you know, of the acquis communautaire, of the whole dynamics of projects, of the project economy across Europe. And I think that's another building block of an ecosystem. It's building an economy of projects inside industry, inside startups, inside academia, inside the state, inside state bodies, ministries and agencies. This project economy, project dynamics is something that really changed the way people work, people collaborate, and people try to project themselves into an economic and social impact. I spoke about the specialization, and indeed, you don't fall into the trap to say, okay, my region, South Ukraine, Odessa region, other region in the south and the southwest, we are very strong in biotechnology, transportation, tourism, agriculture, agri-food, artificial intelligence. We are actually capable to do everything. We have clusters on a lot of sectors. Okay, my own region, which is a region of the size of your region, Jan, had the same approach 20 years ago, and it went into the wall. I think it's obvious that we cannot stand up on the international market, and even in Brussels, Place de Luxembourg, by saying we are expert in 25 topics. It doesn't work. You have to define the core specialities of your territory, of your players, of your stakeholders, of your universities, of your industry, of your startups, and trying to have some thematic fil rouge, no? And don't worry, if it is not in genomics and AI, it doesn't matter. There is a future beyond deep tech AI, deep tech synthetic biology, deep tech robotics. There is a future in other sectors, in other technology that might be a little bit less deep tech than what we phantasm. Two examples. The example of agri-tech and food tech. And I take it on purpose because everybody knows and perceived from here that Ukraine is probably very good at agri-tech and food tech and energy tech and bioenergy tech. I don't know. I assume that, and this sector that sometimes can be seen as okay, it's not really so innovative. It's a nonsense. It is fundamentally innovative and creates value, creates traction, creates collaboration, create investment, create spin-offs, create startups, create stars of the future. And the same goes with energy transition. Of course, everybody wants to be on the hydrogen agenda, but there is a lot of other energy sources and energy technologies that creates a lot of opportunities and areas for transformation and progress in maybe more conventional sections and segments. The same goes with the blue economy, the fisheries, and the maritime transportation. It can be seen as a subject that is not that innovative. Okay, we have engines, we need to decarbonize the engine, we need to include more light materials, blah, 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 telecom, satellite navigation, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, but this is not totally disruptive. This is not anymore deep tech. These are technologies that are enabling technologies that can really be the subject of a strong new economy having a strong socio-economic impact. Not alone inside your region, not alone you, the best university professors of your place, not alone you, the most sometimes arrogant startuppers, not you, the sometimes arrogant venture capitalist, not you, the public servant that believes they know exactly what we have to do. So this is a co-creation exercise of the whole of the stakeholders of the ecosystem. And then last but not least, and I finish here, I've been a bit too long, is the power of networks. Don't hesitate, and I know that a lot of Ukrainian entities are already super active in networks, in European consortia, in European programs, in European associations. I think invest massively in this, even though not everything is accessible yet, not everything is eligible yet, but it's not only about funding. Well, at the end it's about money, but it's not only about funding, it's about getting the right partner to make the right progress together. And yes, on that note, I want also to convey the message from the university to which I am an affiliate. I'm a professor in Finland. So you know the Nordics, Finland and Sweden shares a few concerns with you. Certainly, Finland is the country who is ranked the happiest country in the planet. The city where I work has been considered as the happiest city in the happiest country of the world, and the university campus of the city has been ranked the most beautiful university campus of the happiest city in the happiest country of the world. So, and at first sight, there is nothing special in that city, believe me. Just people working together in an open innovation way, respecting citizens, respecting state bodies, collaborating with foreigners, collaborating between startups and large corporates, and sharing the progress with other regions and countries of Europe. And yes, don't hesitate to join us and to call for collaboration with the West Finland coast ecosystem where I work at the moment. Vasa, the city of Vasa. You know, Gustav Vasa was the king of Sweden, so blah, blah. Sorry? Yes. Yes, yes. So, and actually the city, and that's also, yesterday we met with Jan Shapiro, and Vasa is known as the #1 ecosystem in the north of Europe on energy transition. I know this is a subject of concern for you, the energy industry, energy availability, and the future of energy in Ukraine. This is also a subject of heavy collaboration, not only on hydrogen, also on hydrogen, but between the Nordic countries, Nordic universities, Nordic industries, and other players of other places of Europe and its close neighborhood. Thank you very much.
I know how to introduce you next time. Happiness Philip from a happiness country, from a happiness. And the topic of for our accelerator, you will give online for live stream. It will be how to become a happiness startup all over the world. Thank you, thank you. The best way how your company could work when your members of your company are organizing all the process inside of it. And it's like working without your participants sometimes. And I know that members of this panel discussion met each other and discussed what they will speak about, in what order, and that's why I would like to ask them, who is the next to speak?
Yeah, so we will be moderating Jan today. Yeah, hi everyone. My name is Anastasia, and thanks, Philip, for this introduction and recommendations. I think this was a very nice intro to what I want to add in terms of Ukrainian context. I think I will stand more close to the presentation, if possible. Yeah. So first of all, I would like to start this EU-Ukraine Partnership Summit that with a sentence that I always try to push in the European conferences is that we are not only looking for help, we also can help. And if we're talking about partnership, Ukraine now is, especially in innovation and technology, Ukraine is now a place for this partnership. Even before the war, Ukraine was very technologically advanced in terms of e-government, in terms of e-democracy, in terms of startup and innovations. And now we are pivoting to another. We are pivoting to defense tech. We are pivoting to another areas. We are developing energy. We are developing agriculture. And Ukraine now is the best playground for your startups and innovation to be tested, because there is no other country now where it can be done fast and efficient and yesterday, not even tomorrow. So this is my main thesis, and I would like to represent the project that we do in Ukraine in terms of digital transformation and reskilling. I'm wearing two hats today, so I represent two projects. One of which is Digitizing Space, which is an innovation agency. We opened during the COVID times, where there was a very huge need for digital transformation. And when all the companies, all the civil society organizations, all the funds and government organizations needed to be online and very fast. So being in tech for around like last 10, 15 years, I think, I've started in a startup and then I finished my university. We, together with the team, we created the first innovation agency that helped in Ukrainian different, it was civil society, there was corporations, there was government organizations who needed online tools, who needed no-code tools, fast tools, and who needed the human facilitation techniques of these processes. And during the war, and at that time we started to work a lot with cultural sector because it was hit by pandemic the most. Everything was closed, everything was not working, and unfortunately it was one of the most undigitized spheres at that very moment in Ukraine. So that is how we came, this is how we came to the project, sorry. This one, yeah, sorry. So during the war, when the war started, we already had the community of around maybe 2,000 people from cultural sphere and technological sphere interested in culture. And we bootstrapped the hackathon for digitizing the heritage and cultural institutions. And partly it was in reskilling and upskilling, and very fast. Yeah, so we teach the technology, we teach blockchain, we teach 3D scanning, we teach data science, we teach AI to the cultural institutions and to the people not only in the big cities but also in the regions. We work with communities there. And we, again, you see it's a huge problem now. According to its latest data, UNESCO, it was around 438 sites damaged in Ukraine. So we do annual hackathon. Usually we have 2,000 plus participants every year since COVID times, and we never started. Even during the first phase of the war, we had this event, and we had so many people joining online, even from the front line, because again, in Ukrainian armed forces now, there are not professional army people, right? They all worked in different spheres, and a lot of them were from cultural sphere. we do acceleration program, we do workshops and capacity building for different kinds of regional communities, cultural institutions, etc. And we have partnership with government, and at the moment we do partnership with European Register. It's a huge EU database of heritage preservation sites, and we want to integrate Ukraine to there. This is some of our projects that come from acceleration programs. For example, I just took 3 in order to show you what kind of projects we work with. So, for example, Space for CC, this is a kind of platform that helps to gather data using satellite data. It's geoservices and tools for this, and they also do volunteer community who help them to validate this data on the ground in different regions of Ukraine. And it's, by the way, scientific based. We have, just a second, I need to. So yeah, the Crimean Tatar National Corpus, they do preservation of the Crimean Tatar language, which is now under, as you know, it's this is a huge, again, problem in Ukraine, Ukrainian cultural preservation, again, site. And they do dictionaries which they can integrate further to other big platforms like Google Translate or Grammarly or whatever. So next one, it's Dovzhenko Center as an example. Again, it's a cultural institution in Ukraine, the biggest film archive in Ukraine. And we help them with the digitalization and capacity building for this. Again, I told you that I would be short because I have so many things to tell. Here is the QR codes with our website, and also you feel free to contact me if you're interested in that direction. I would be happy to talk. And another head that I have today, since the start of the war, we launched together with the partners you see here, and another 15 unbelievable regional partners in Ukraine. We launched an alliance and fund to sustain and recover businesses in which were damaged by the war with a social component. Okay, sorry. Yeah, here, yeah. And here you can see Sergey. Sergey is from Mykolaiv region, from small city called Voznesensk. Where he, and he is a veteran as well, he is now currently serving in the Ukrainian army, where he gathered the team of people, of different people that he can found, and he teach them how to do drones. And we helped them to build this lab, again, in a small city in Mykolaiv region. So this was under our pilot project that we did in Mykolaiv region to help revive and renew local communities. There was around 15 businesses in that. But I wanted to show you Sergey because it was something that I felt was very powerful story. This is our partners with whom we work and with whom we build this alliance. We joined our forces in order to, first of all, talk not only about granting, but talk about investment to Ukrainian businesses with social impact inside it, and the businesses which are especially powerful for renewal of the communities and renewal of Ukraine, right? So you can see here, for example, the Green Incubator, which is a huge green tech, energy tech accelerator in Ukraine. They have a very big portfolio, these businesses, and you can see here Promprilad renovation is a huge, again, capacity build. It's a huge plant in Ivano-Frankivsk, which now helped a lot the businesses who relocated from different areas, especially production facilities and businesses with this offline part, and we found it as a lab there also. They recently opened Meta Lab. It's a huge lab for new materials, for example, for food tech innovations, etc. We do partner with Urbanists. It's Restart Ukraine. We do have partnership with InScience. It's a huge it's an NGO which is working promoting science innovations in Ukraine, and all of them cooperating. We have a joint portfolio of businesses which we see as investment ready. And again, we are now in process of negotiation with DIA, and we hope till the end of the year have a special, how do you say, the platform developed with DIA impact investment into these businesses together with alliance partners. So this is the examples of these businesses. Again, talking about reskilling, upskilling, we help open businesses sometimes as well, because again, this is a very big thing in Ukraine where people lose jobs, and they try to somehow manage their livelihood, and the thing that they have, they really need the support in terms of capacity building, in terms of first investment, in terms of the first small grant, etc. And here is our website. Again, you can if you're interested in this, you can find more information here. And I think I will pass a word to Jan, because we don't want him to to feel missed in this panel. And I would be happy to talk if anything of this is of interest to you, or you want to connect to me or to any of our partners. Thank you.
Thank you. But, you know, this panel works also without me well. But I will just take 3 minutes in the end to represent what is UNation and I am doing also. But who is the next from you, Anastasia? Please.
Hi, everyone. I will continue the Ukrainian part of our panel, and I think our activities really complement each other. I join Anastasia in the efforts of reskilling and upskilling Ukrainians. I represent Beetroot Academy. It's a Swedish-Ukrainian IT school, and we work in Ukraine since 2014. And actually, we were founded by the outsource company, by an IT company, as a response to the war that started in the east of Ukraine back then, 2014, when the big wave of internally displaced people were coming from the east to other regions of Ukraine and needed a new job and new skills. Our company could provide that, could give teach. Sorry, closer. Yeah, this is better. Super. Our company could provide the skills and help to employ these people. So that was the idea of the academy as a first project funded by Sweden. We started, and then we grew to a social enterprise. And we started to work with both grants and with both also commercial leads and people that want to reskill but don't fall into a category of some vulnerability. So since then we grew our academy within Ukraine. Here you can see we had many locations. Before the pandemic, we had offline schools. During the pandemic, we moved to online, and actually that really helped us because we could reach even wider audience, because then people from different villages, cities that don't have big companies, big schools can also study with us. And we also started to work and educate Ukrainian refugees in Poland, Moldova, Romania, and Sweden. And we had our Beetroot hub in Mariupol that we still hope to rebuild one day. It was a hub for startups from the eastern Ukraine. And what is our challenge that we solve? Because we always need to start from that. What's the problem? What's the need? We see that since the war that started 2014, and even more since the full-scale invasion in 2022, we have a lot of Ukrainians that move to other cities, that lose jobs, that lose homes, and they need new knowledge and skills to reskill into a new profession. We know that the region of south and east of Ukraine has a lot of factories, has a lot of manufacturing companies where Ukrainians worked, and when they move to another region, it's not so easy to find a job in the same industry, in the same sphere. Either you don't have the same profile of factories, or you for example, as a veteran, after rehabilitation cannot go back to work in a manufacturing company. You need opportunities to work remotely. You need opportunities to work remotely, not only to to get new skills, but also to be able to be more flexible, to also move around. Or if you have also, you cannot come to a job if you're in the process of rehabilitation, work from home. And we also at the same time see that there is a global tech skills gap. The different technologies, including AI, emerge, and more people need to learn. This is a new digital literacy, to know not only all essential tools, but also how to use AI, how to use everything that you can have to make your work faster, more efficient. And it's not only IT, it's all industries. It's also logistics, it's manufacturing, it's healthcare, food supply. Every sphere needs these skills, not only IT, but we also aim to employ people in various spheres. We have our project managers that go work both in IT companies, but also in logistics companies and so on. And we also want to aim at closing the gap that now a lot of employers in Ukraine face a shortage of people. We have a high mobilization rate, and a lot of companies lose people that go to the front line. We have a situation where people also move from a district, from an oblast to an oblast, and also local employers lose people. At the same time, there is a big number of people that search for jobs. So our aim in the academy is to close this gap and give skills and qualified people for employers. What do? We reskill and upskill people in tech and non-tech professions. It's very intensive courses from 2 to 5 months in a very intensive and practical format. We have our theory in our learning management system that our students study at home, and they come to online lessons with a teacher to do only practice, so they can have a portfolio of their knowledge already formed in the end of the course and right away apply to jobs. We do it in Ukrainian and also in English, and English we teach in parallel with the main course, because nowadays to get employed you need to know English, and we hope we can increase the percentage of Ukrainians speaking English fluently. And how also we do it, we also focus on soft skills. That's essential also to get a job. We provide also career support to help people, and also a community of graduates that also support each other. Sometimes our graduates form startups and businesses all together if they also graduate from different courses and decide to do something together. And when we design projects, we also need to see the needs of this specific categories. If we work, for example, with veterans, we started a pilot project in December 2023 to educate veterans, as we saw more and more people that apply for our courses asking if we have some specific veterans programs. So we launched the pilot, and for the first group of 25 veterans, we had more than 150 applications, even though our assumption was that a lot of veterans are still in rehabilitation, that still are not ready to get a job, but the reality is different. The demand is very high. Those that already passed rehabilitation, for example, since 2022 or even earlier, before the full-scale invasion, need this support and need reskilling into other jobs that they can do remotely after passing the rehabilitation. So when we design this project, we also take into account that we need to have partners that provide also psychological support, that provide career support, because we cannot only give knowledge and courses, we need to have a holistic approach to the project and help also people to cope with the unknown, because when people change a profession, it's totally different sphere for them. We need to support in the beginning with career orientation. When people choose a course, we need to give the maximum support that they go to exactly what matches their skills and their abilities and wishes. Then we support during the course with psychological support provided by partners and career support in the end. So we can assure that the person had a very high quality education that didn't just end up on the LinkedIn diploma, but actually changed life. We work with various partners, with Sweden, Canada, USAID, also our big partner in Ukraine is UNFPA. We educated with them since 2021, more than 500 women that were victims of gender-based violence or were in difficult life conditions. And during the war, this number of women that UNFPA takes care of only raises, and we continue to work with them to reskill these women into tech. We work also with PACT, and it's very close to my heart project. We developed a Intro to IT course with PACT for rural women, for the population that didn't have access to digital tools so widely, so much. And firstly, before bringing them to advanced courses, we educate them basic digital literacy, AI literacy, how to use cloud, how to use Google Drive, and then they train themselves in different tech professions and practice, and then they choose where to go actually. This way we also assure the holistic approach to our projects. Just some numbers about our impact. We have since 2014 more than 13,000 graduates in Ukraine, but also around the world in a few also neighboring countries that joined our courses, and educated around 5% of all tech specialists in Ukraine. Very important number for us that we provided more than 2,000 scholarships with various partners and donors for vulnerable groups since the start of our work, and most of these scholarships are since 2022. A lot of our students are women. We focus a lot of empowerment of women to enter IT, and not only, but also professions that are not so popular in Ukraine yet. We have still 25% of women in tech professions, and it's not a lot, and we aim to empower them to see that they can also work if they want as developers. We had a student that started to learn front-end, and now she's teaching front-end for other students. And we also focus on beginners, so half of our students don't have any prior tech experience, and employment rate, of course, is our final destination, what we want to reach. What I want to, it's my two final slides, I want to raise a point that before the full-scale war, around 30% of our students had some vulnerability criteria. Either were IDPs, or were veterans of war, or single moms, or people with disabilities. And then since 2022, a number of graduates started to drop, and then we saw a total change in the percentage of people that require scholarships, that ask us and apply for different scholarships. It raised to 70%, because now more and more people have some vulnerability. We have more and more IDPs applying for our courses, also people with disabilities, veterans, family members of veterans, people that lost jobs because of the war and layoffs, people that lost homes, and so on. So we understand that we need to raise our grant projects and provide even more scholarships, design even more projects with partners to support these categories together. And what we are looking for, partners to design and also fund projects for skill and upskilling Ukrainians, in particular these categories that I mentioned. Also companies that can provide vacancies, internships, and practice to people that graduate courses. Also fund scholarships and CSR activity of the companies. And also network of partners, advisors for designing projects together, because we, as Philip also talked, it's about collaboration, and we need to work with various organizations, maybe provide together a different portfolio of courses together in a holistic approach, work with NGOs that do psychological support, that do career support, so that we have a network and collaboration in achieving our goals. Yep. Thanks a lot. Here's also our website, and you can find me on LinkedIn.
I'm inviting you to digitalize Odessa entrepreneurs, by the way. They need to be more engaged in this. Nadia, you're welcome.
So let's forward. Hello, everybody. Should I? That's not mine. Yes. So the same thing somewhere down. Thank you. You do? Okay. Thanks. So I'm senior partner of Aztec Global, which is an Irish company with more than 30 years experience in digital transformation. maybe 30% of our time it's related to digital skills, trainings, capacity buildings all over the world. But I will not talk about Aztec today. I will go directly into the proposal or idea, trying to push the people here present to think about a concrete project. I'm starting with an idea that was, well, I had already the idea in my mind, but I liked what one of the previous speakers said, Eric Blumkolk, I think, from one of the NGOs. He was asking to push down the walls. And I'm from the generation who expected and who wanted to dream to see the Berlin Wall falling. So talking about the walls, it's about also pushing them down. It's about inviting all kind of stakeholders or partners to get together. Eric was inviting, I think he was the one, inviting to build initiatives which are not only dedicated to NGOs, which are not only dedicated to startups or to public sector, but put all those territorial actors together. It's a challenge that I would like to put on the table. Sorry for the map. The quality is not very good. I fight it yesterday to find a politically good, correct map of the Odessa region. My idea was to say, let's try to see around, so by the way, I'm also Romanian, so I have a lot of roots and links with our friends in Odessa and in the region. Philippe was talking about a critical mass. Odessa, through your incubator, but other initiatives, is already starting to develop the private sector. But one idea would be to involve the neighbors, what I'm calling the like-minded partners, and from the close territories, so Romania, Moldova, to work together. Next one. To start working and try to build a digital innovation hub, but not a regional one, for the Ukrainian one, but a more regional one. As I said, Philippe was already talking about factors like competitiveness, faster expansion, which are needed in order to have SMEs developing, startups developing, specialization, proximity, critical mass. Also, they are something that have to. Which are factors which are needed to be built and which will be enhanced through this regional cooperation. And what would this digital innovation hub, regional digital innovation hub would bring would be both the technical and the business expertise. So going beyond the clusters, the usual clusters, and enhancing the capacities of all the members. Another point, we were talking about digitalization. We could talk. I would like to engage about to engage the partners to talk about or to think about the digitalization of the companies across the sectors. Philippe was talking about agriculture, but there were a lot of people among you talking about agriculture. Agriculture, it's one of the sectors which is needed to be developed in Ukraine, but it can also benefit a lot from new technologies. So should it be space technologies and following up the agri-tech, the space, all the applications. It can also be about renewable energies, with the smart grids. And also, don't forget that Odessa is on the Black Sea, and that was my second point, is to engage partners in the region to look about the possibilities of having a stronger an ecosystem of entrepreneurs, starting from Thank you. Okay, can we go next? So maybe the time is maybe short. There is another slide. Can you go next? I gave some examples. I will not go in all the details. What I want, when I was talking about pushing the bridges, the walls down, was also about saying that sometimes we talk about entrepreneurship, but we forget that entrepreneurship can also support the development of e-government services. We recently were involved in hackathons and co-creation exercises, where, and like the accelerators exercises you have, where the local entrepreneurs were involved to develop services for the local government. So again, we should think about the bridges and push the collaboration in between all the partners. Another point, but I would like to maybe invite the people present here to ask more questions and to get into the discussion, to try to start building together a project. I mean, not to leave away the theoretical points and start about thinking what would be needed in the region. I don't know. There are a lot of things to say. We were talking also about skills. Digital skills are needed all over in all sectors. I cannot talk about for them, but one of the models that could probably work in Ukraine is the School 42, or the Coding 42. It's a French model, which helps people with no certificates, no diploma, to build their own career and skills. They get also a certificate at the end. And it's based on peer learning, so common peer learning. Voilà. And just go to the next one, please. Another one. I will not, it's not a plagiate, but I really liked that there was another event supporting Ukraine in Washington, and I liked their logo, their motto, saying reinvent, innovate, and leapfrog. I think that's really what could be done and should be done in Ukraine now. So let's see how we can do it together. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Nadia. So we have 10 minutes before the next panel. I will ask Leander to open my presentation. I will speak 3-4 minutes about what your nation is doing. And before that, if you have any questions, let's spend our time efficient. And in time, Leander looking for it, I can give you a micro to ask any question to our speakers. So who of you have any questions about what we spoke recently? No questions? Oh, Leander did it very quickly. Oh, you also will, yes? It's the same thing with PDF. Eh? It works. Oh, great. My PDF works. So I am, as many of you already know, I am the founder of Unation Company, and we are focusing on integration of innovations to the economic recovery of Ukraine. And last year we built an ecosystem network. We made many events in Europe and in Ukraine. I'm based in Odessa, but we are trying to engage more regions to become more efficient, and also setting up relationships, not just bringing international connections to Ukraine, but also setting up interaction between Ukrainian regions. And this year we are developing projects, and we already launched the first startup accelerator for development of innovations in the southern part of Ukraine, the first one for the last 7-8 years. And we are building ecosystem, and that's very important. So because as we said before, innovations really play an important role for the economic development of our country. And next year we are going to integrate as our startups from the accelerator, as our partners to the economic recovery. We would like to implement other projects. What exact projects I will present a little bit later. Our focus areas are, first of all, agriculture and food tech, because I am from Odessa region and we have a huge field of opportunities to integrate any kind of innovation there. And if you have any ideas, companies, startups, just approach me, let's discuss that. Healthcare rehabilitation, of course, after the war, during the war, rehabilitation will play a great role, and we are looking for any kind of technologies to help our veterans, our population, our civilians. Education, social impact, energy, green tech, smart city urbanism, creative industry, so everything except defense tech, because military needs to be more top secret, and I would like to make some noise. Moving forward, so integrating innovations to the economic recovery, we would like to do that in the next ways. So developing Ukrainian innovations, creating global platform for testing innovations, because sometimes to create from scratch even easier than to make any changes. And today Ukraine, many verticals of our social life and economy were destroyed, and that's why we can find a small advantage from that. We can test any kind of innovative solutions from our friendly countries, inviting them, because we have a good example during the war when all Ukraine delivered the water to Mykolaiv. One startup came from Germany, signed an agreement with the mayor of Mykolaiv, and their product is about filtering the water, working on solar panels. So we have no electricity, but they are working from the solar panel, and they are filtering water where they have no water. They proved concept of their innovation, and now they selling their technology to African market. This is a very good example how it could work. And connect Ukraine to the global markets. Of course, we need develop our economy and integrating our products to the European markets. And I'm talking mostly about innovations and technologies. Develop, because that's our focus. Develop Ukrainian innovations. So we already launched Startup Accelerator. We are engaging investors, funds, companies to mentorship our startups today. And maybe tomorrow they can find any startups they are interested in to invest in it. And in this way they can, you can book your place in the recovery of Ukraine, of Ukrainian economy. And of course, holding conference, summits, that's very important to keep this communication and networking, because this play a great role for building relationships. There's a picture of from our conference where we launched our Startup Accelerator. That's we trying to do it really international, bringing a lot of international experts, corporations, investors. Some of them, by the way, visiting Odessa. If you have any idea to visit our city, just call me 24 hours per 7 days. You're welcome always to visit our hub in Odessa. So, this is not the last slide, but maybe, oops. I love this picture, but it was, okay. A global platform for testing innovations. As I said before, we have really a huge opportunity, doors of opportunities to test innovations, and so we would like to bring tech corporations and startups to recover Ukraine, test their innovative solutions, and build Ukraine by modern standards. And we can find for different grants to gather our efforts to create, like consortia and implement different projects together. Can you also, because it's okay. Building international relationships, that's what we are doing now. Partnering with Leander and Andre and inviting you. to speak about potential collaborations. So this everything here is clear. Next one, please. Okay, what we already have done as this event is our 5th in Europe, 10 events we already hosted in Odessa. We usually meeting a lot of delegations from Europe and US and partnering with all local organizations, as I am ambassador of Regional Development Agency, of Ukrainian Review Media, of IT Odessa Association. And you know, that all give us access to the local market, to local entrepreneurs, to local authorities, what can help to grow up all ecosystem together. The next one, please. And that's the end. I made it briefly, but if you would like to discuss something in details, I'm open here until 7 p.m. to speak with you about everything that. Thank you. And the next. Yeah, okay. You know, the next topic is, okay, of course, thanks our speakers. And really, we spent a great time 2 days before discussing how we can collaborate and about partnerships. And it seems for me that I already knew you for many years, not just for 2-3 days. Because what we are doing now, we are becoming a family which will really recover and build Ukraine together. Thank you. It was a pleasure, and hope that's just the beginning of our potential future collaborations. Next panel is about energy. By the way, do you know that we installed today a technology to make everyone feel as Ukrainians during blackout in the Red Sea?
And I also feel like that. Yes. I want to thank all previous speakers very much for their inbringing. We have seen a lot of photos, videos from NGOs working in Ukraine, seeing what the full-scale war has done in the past 2.5 years. We have heard about the impact on people on that. People who have to relocate inside Ukraine, IDPs, people who are fleeing Ukraine, going outside of the country, people who are losing everything, homes, families, etc. And also the importance of helping those people with reskilling and upskilling, especially veterans who are losing one or multiple limbs. They cannot do their works anymore, so they need a new skill to learn. And we are very happy that a lot of companies are already doing that. One thing that isn't highlighted this day before is, maybe not enough, is the energy problem Ukraine is facing right now. Everybody has seen photos and videos from Russia's attacks on the energy system. And that has its impact on businesses, but also on the people at home. So I want to ask Pieter Konings, Johan Vermeij and Edwin Maljaars to the front. Then I want to give the microphone to Pieter Konings, and I will go back behind the table to set up the first presentation.
Luckily, I'm not the first one of the whole day. That would be very challenging. I use a little paper just to keep me on track. Otherwise, I will go over time because there's so much to say about the energy sector. Very short, I'm from LTEC Green Energy. We have various companies under the LTEC group. Doesn't work. The first slide's a little bit about the presentation about the company, which we go fast through. And then the middle section of the presentation will be more or less what type of solutions, of possibilities we could give So maybe I can discuss a little bit, mention a little bit about the company. We are founded in the 70s by a German electrician, Helmut Penz. He actually started his company very small in Berlin. And from there, he moved on in developing a lot of electrical businesses. And it doesn't work. Should I stand in this? Maybe I stand here. Yeah, so since the 70s, and we have the LTEC group has several companies below it. The base is in Berlin. We have some local partnerships. We have a worldwide presence. And even if you see here in the middle of the ocean, that's actually a remote island where my colleague is coming from. That's in Micronesia. So we have experience worldwide. Part of the marketing discussion, what you already see, most of the companies, what we do is designing, engineering in LTEC Green, project management, and maintenance and repair. Under our group in Ukraine, we have also a company called LTEC Cover, where we do solar projects and installation of projects. We do consulting, and one of the most important parts of what we do with Ukraine is actually the transformers. Now, why transformers? We all know what the problem is. And the problem is what we see above, that the energy sector is under attack. So this presentation is actually not so much about the company, but more about what could be a possible solution for the energy sector in Ukraine. And my island experience might be a help of it, because it's not new technology, like we already heard before. Technology is there for a long time, but actually there's something that need to be rapid, sustainable, and actually built for the future. So why do we talk about decentralizing a grid? We know that Ukraine has a good power grid before. Of course, it was aged nowadays. But we also see that if you bomb one certain spot in the energy segment, the whole city doesn't have power anymore for many, many times. So decentralizing the grid is one of the solutions. And luckily, we have now the technology with us. So why should we do it? Because we know what can happen if you don't decentralize the grid. If you centralize the grid, one transformer system or substation can be bombed and the system doesn't work anymore. Now, why do we have battery storage systems inside your whole system? That's actually that you want to have a grid built surrounding it, where you have a main grid coming into your system, but actually one part of it is bombed, then the whole system still will do. So it has to do with security and resilience, and more important is actually the portable part. So you can have a very rapid response in building up your energy structure based on renewable energy sources, but in a very smart and fast way. Now, the heart of that system is actually your smart substation. And that fit nicely in a digital system, in automatization, all the things that were developed many, many years ago already. We have installed our first system, you can see it above. that was years ago on an island, middle in the ocean, where they had problems with the grid, with diesel generators that fall apart sometimes. But based by decentralizing the grid there, it worked for the villages very good. So also we can optimize and maximize the influx of renewable energy sources, whether it's wind, whether it's solar, hydro, water, hydrogen, whatever you want. Still the system will work perfectly. Now the picture below is an interesting one. This is one transformer shipped to Ukraine. So it's on the way to Ukraine. It is installed now and still working. So that's the good news of it. So we have shipped several gigawatt of transformer systems already there. But the challenge remains, you put there a transformer, as soon as that falls apart, everything beside it doesn't work anymore. And that's why we think that implementing a decentralized portable battery storage system would be one of the important solutions for it. So what I have now is a little bit more technical. I don't have so much time, so I talk fast. It is actually a case study on how this type of system will work in Ukraine. Now, is it an application what is possible? So I mentioned that we developed it for the island situations. One of the islands was Guam. And Guam is a big military base for the US. The US saw the problems in Afghanistan, so they thought from, wow, war situation, we are buying fuel from the Arabs. That's not what we want, because they needed the fuel for the diesel generators. So if the fuel was polluted, the generators fall down and the base camp doesn't have power. So what they did is they set up actually decentralized portable systems with battery storage. And that's where it was developed for. So interesting part is for conflict zones, like unfortunately Ukraine is, it can be very, very rapidly developed and easily used. So it is a very short time to set up a small grid that immediately works. Do we look only for now? Of course not. That would be a stupid investment to do. But this system will be actually a future system if you do it with smart substations. Because that's the future where we are talking in Europe about it. We are talking about the same systems in the Netherlands, where I come from, in Germany, where my company is, but also in all the other places worldwide. So what are the benefits? Fast setup, mobilization is fast. It's very cost effective because you don't need to build big power plants, and you can start tomorrow. So this is technology that's already available, that's basically ready to be implemented anywhere where we are. Now, it wouldn't be good if everything was positive. There are also some challenges with it. The challenges is the upfront cost is higher because it's going fast. The challenge is the technical expertise, but we have already discussed several solutions. Luckily, Ukraine has a big force who is working with renewable energies already for a long period of time. We worked with a Ukrainian company in 2010, I think, or 2009, who was building ocean wave power in the Black Sea. So this is not new innovation, and it's also not new for Ukraine, but it's just raising the skills. Logistics, also very good. We heard one of the NGOs offering the logistics solutions. So logistics and the experience is there. And of course, one of the most difficult part is cybersecurity. So if you have a smart substation, you need to be able to have it very well secured. There's some policy and investment recommendations, so I skipped that part. But the most important is, if we see this, and we could employ a system like that, then Ukraine is moving for the energy transition in the next phase. They skip actually a lot of headaches what the European countries have with the grid, with too many renewable energy sources in the grid. where you have to switch off your inverters for the solar panels, or where you have not enough stability in your power grid that can absorb all these renewable sources. So the energy transition goes smoothly, but also you can deploy it very rapidly anywhere, even if they move fast before the winter, because I heard many people were scared about the winter what will come. So this is a solution that is modular and ready to be used and ready to be implemented. One small part, oops. We saw before that superhumans mentioned. Now, our founder and our company is supporting superhumans. What they do, you can see www.samlung-pens.de. It's all the art what Helmut Pens has, and it's a lot. He